Before I could start, can I get an indication, Secretariat, whether we correct in attendance of members as well as the delegation?
Good morning, Chairperson. We're still waiting for a few members on the platform, but the department is present. If you can just give us 3 minutes, Chair.
How many members do we have on the platform?
Good morning, Chair. I have Honorable Itlape, I have Honorable Beth on the platform.
Honorable Sipo Mashang is also here, Madam.
Oh, apologies, Honorable Member.
We are 4. Is it 4 or do you have someone? I'm trying to assist you into checking because I need 5 members to start. It becomes unfair for members to log in very late. But in the meantime, Gigi, are you on the platform? Yes. Khadija, can you assist us in trying to get the whereabouts of members? 5 past will be starting. One, two. Three, 4. There's 5 now.
Good morning, Chairperson. We have 5 members on the platform. Thank you.
Yeah.
What are they? What's going on?
Good morning, Chairperson. The meeting operates. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Good morning, colleagues.
Can we-
Morning, Chair. Apologies, I was stuck in the lobby of the other link on Teams.
Okay, Honorable Kobe.
We are very much sorry, Nkosi. I was struggling to connect. I don't know what is happening with my gadgets. I'm so sorry.
Okay, honorable members. Your apologies have been received. Can we flight the agenda on the platform? Thank you, honorable members. Let me officially declare this meeting opened and welcome everybody on the platform. As I welcome, I can see the executives in the platform and their delegation. You are warmly welcome. Today's meeting is just a very important one where we deal with the briefing from the department and its entity in terms of the fourth quarter report performance. Then we'll then consider the previous minutes of the previous meeting. Then we'll have to close the meeting. But as a norm, allow me to present this agenda before you and request members to adopt the agenda. Can I get an indication of an adoption of the agenda, honorable members? Honorable Bath, then Kobe.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning to everybody. I am happy to move to adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm in support of that move. Thank you.
Do you have any member who have a contrary view? In the absence of none, the agenda has been duly adopted. Let me move to the secretariat and we get apologies.
Good morning, Chairperson. There is no apologies received so far. Thank you.
Okay, we don't have official apologies. Thank you, Secretariat, and let me take this opportunity formally introduce our new secretary that has been handed over by our Nola. And I believe Nola is still on the platform. That's how she communicated. But if she's not, it's okay. Honorable members, Nola has found a greener pasture and we would like to wish her well in her new responsibility where she's going. We hope she'll be as fruitful and useful like when she was in part of our family in the in Parliament. So we have a new secretariat, which is Mayor Priscilla. I don't know whether you are in a comfortable space, Priscilla, to just open your video. Members can see you. We'll also request you to, oh, thank you, madam. In an office early like this. Thank you. I guess, honorable members, you can see.
No, Chair, Mbona, you're the only one who's singing here.
Really?
Ay,
Please.
siyambona Dlelange.
I sabotage my technology sabotaging me.
Let's agree she open again. It's fine because that's the person you'll need to communicate on a daily basis. Priscilla, you can open it up again. Bodlelange, they want to see you. They need to know you are our support staff. No any extra interest that we are encouraging, but subject to
Aibo.
no, you are warmly welcome, and we want to take this opportunity and appreciate, as I've said, the time that we had with Nola. So, honorable members, let me move for straight and request the executive that is before us. I'm trying to double check whether minister is here for the minister to give us his political overview. Can I get an indication? Is the minister on the platform, as we did not receive any apologies?
Apologies, Chair. I
Yes.
just received a note now that the Deputy Minister will be leaving early, but he is in the meeting.
Okay, Priscilla. Luke, are you on the platform? In the absence of that, let me move straight to the DM. DM, can you give us your political overview? Then you'll hand over to your team to make a presentation of the report that is before us. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair, and greetings to all members of the Portfolio Committee. We would like to take this opportunity to present ourselves. This is the third quarter. This is the fourth quarter, which then mark the last quarter of the financial year. We are here led by the team from the office. I will hand over to the DG to lead us. Thank you.
DG, they've handed over to yourself.
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members, and let's welcome the new Committee Secretary, Priscilla Masati. Welcome, and I think we wish you well as well. And then, yes, Chair?
It's better when you welcome her, open your video so that she can familiarize herself with yourself. I'll request all members and the delegation just a few minutes, open a mic, then you close it. We know the band sometimes becomes a problematic. Thank you, DG. You may proceed.
Can she see me? Okay.
Yes, DJ, thank you.
You are clearly visible, and it shows that you are in the office as well.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe let me thank you, Chair, for the opportunity and greet the DM as well in respect of this engagement, which will be dealing with the fourth quarter. Let me indicate, Chair, without taking your time, that the delegation that we have for this portfolio committee meeting has been circulated, but it's myself, the DG, that will be leading the administration. And I also have Mr. Sibande, who's the head of PMTE, is with us in the platform. And also, just to indicate the REMS representation, there will be Maurice Mapinja and Mr. Soli Nchwane, because the DDG is actually attending cabinet shortly. And then also, we also have a rep from RM Polokwane, who is also away attending a meeting with Provincial Public Works. And then also rep for Northern Cape, RM. And then it's Mr. Lwazi Mahlangu, who is the DDG GRC, as the CFO. Mr. Mandla Sitole, I think, Chair, as they present, the Secretary will be able to see them when they show their cameras, as you advise. Other than that, Chair, we are ready to start to give the presentation on the fourth quarter performance. Thank you very much, Chair.
DG, can you allow your people to start presenting?
Yes, Lwazi will start, Chair.
Sorry, good morning, Chair.
Good morning, Minister. We have noticed that you have joined late. We have passed your stage. You'll respond when there's time for question and answer. We acknowledge your presence and we appreciate.
Chair, with respect, I was sent the wrong link by the committee, and then the correct link was sent to me now.
Oh, the wrong one. Okay, then it's fine. We welcome you on the platform. Let's allow the presentation, then you'll come in later.
So you don't want any introductory remarks?
We did that. Unfortunately, we can't call the DM and call you after. I have a political conscience. We can't give you after the DM. Allow me to do that.
Well, can I give you my remarks at the end then, Chair?
Yes. Oh, definitely you're going to get that. Lwazi, you're eating your presentation time.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Good morning, Chairperson of the committee and honorable members, Minister and Deputy Minister, DG, and colleagues from the department, as well as parliamentary support. Chair, if we may be allowed, maybe they can help us to share. We don't have sharing rights, but if they can help us to share the presentation, we'll appreciate. Oh, thank you. Then we can go to slide, as Chairperson and honorable members, we're basically presenting quarter four, but we're also sharing with the members the, the movement between quarter 3 and 4, so that you see the transition in those quarters. On slide 3, this is a breakdown of the programs, or the 11 programs that we'll be presenting with respect to the performance pay program, as well as their indicators. And then the next slide. Right, and then this is our performance legend, or grid, if you will, where we then will also showcase the levels of performance in the different targets and indicators. 0 to 10, non-performance, poor performance, basically. 11 to 49, you'll see amber will be the weak performance, and average performance at 50 to 89, which is yellow, and then 90 and above, but we kept it at 110. For targets that are achieved in green. We also had those NQT, which are not quarter targets. You would have seen them in the quarter 3. Some of them will reflect them. Then with the breakdown in terms of the targets that have been achieved, we've also shown that in quarter 4, we were managing a total of 55 indicators, of which 14 were achieved in the green, 19% and above. Targets partially achieved, so it's about 15 of those indicators. And then targets not achieved were 23, and then there was only one target that was not for the quarter. It was achieved in the previous quarters. And then percentage-wise, basically, we're sitting at 25 or 26% in the green targets achieved. And then targets partially achieved at 27% and targets not achieved at 41%. That's basically on the targets side. But if you look at the average performance of the key performance indicators themselves, we basically looking at around 64% of the individual performance of the KPIs. Next slide. Then we also showing the quarter-on-quarter quantum of targets achieved. Again, maintaining the 55 targets that were achieved on every quarter, the blue showing quarter 1, the orange showing quarter 2, the gray showing quarter 3, the amber showing quarter 4. And you can see that on quarter, the blue across quarter 1, quarter 2, quarter 3, quarter 4, we've been achieving 20% in quarter 1, 20 indicators out of 55 in quarter 1, 14 in quarter 2, 16 in quarter 3, and 14 in quarter 4. And that basically reflects the level of performance on a quarter-on-quarter. If you express that in percentage on average, basically you see that it's around about 36% in terms of your performance over the financial year. When we present the annual report, we'll reflect in detail the yearly performance of the financial year 25-26. Next slide. Then the details of the targets partially achieved, the reasons thereof, as well as targets not achieved, then broken down into the details here. Starting with Program 1, Administration. Program 1, basically we have compliance indicators. So we're managing a total of 20 indicators in the basket of our compliance universe. And this, Chairperson and honorable members, we try to link it with the audit, as well as controls within the organization that drive the key performance indicators. To say if there's non-compliance and the weak controls, it will also have it to serve as an indicator to some of the to performance of the organization. So we are sitting at quarter 4 at 87% in terms of the performance on the compliance basket of key compliance matters. Now, in terms of our performance grid or compliance grid, the level of performance which is at least acceptable is between 95 and 100%, and anything below 95% will be seen as average and unacceptable level of compliance, because we want to comply at 100% fully on all the areas. Now, the areas that have given rise to this non-acceptable level of compliance, I think, is the prolonged the time it takes to address disciplinary cases. And then the rule of thumb, as we've been saying, is about 90 days. But you find that some of the cases, they drag up until 2 years, 3 years, 4 years later. We're also looking at how we respond to the request for information, as well as our response to actual findings that are made by internal audit as well as Auditor General. We also measure that, because those are the issues that also show the levels of controls within the organization, as well as how we also deal with the irregular expenditure and the investigations around irregular expenditure once it is identified. We also have raised concerns around occupational health and safety measures, as well as the controls within the supply chain. And you will see that as we go down to the other programs, you'll see that there will be issues where there's the challenges within the extent of our procurement the procurement areas which I will speak to. Ethical leadership is not the quarter target, because this was achieved in quarter 1 already, so it's no longer a quarter target. And we're sitting basically at when we assess the ethical leadership and culture, we're looking at the issues of setting the tone at the top, the zero tolerance to fraud, as well as the code of conduct, as well as conflict of interest, and all the issues that also contribute to financial information that is presented, as well as adherence to principles of the values, as well as internal controls within the organization. So our ethical leadership rating that we had completed, we're sitting basically at around 62% in the organization. If you go to the next slide. Then we look at the HR aspect of it in terms of the capacity within the organization and how we fill those positions. Chairperson and honorable members, when we started the financial year, we were moving basically from a period of, I think it was a period where we were sitting at around 11%, 10%. Now the 10% being the rule of thumb in terms of the efficiency of the organization to operate with at least a 10% vacancy. But we saw ourselves again as we're looking at the transition between the 6th and the 7th administration, the moratorium that was placed on the filling of positions. But as that moratorium was lifted, as we started picking up in terms of the performance, we then moved from 14% in Q3. As we speak, Chair and honorable members, we're sitting at 16%, which is quite high. And some of the reasons of contributing to this vacancy rate, Chair and honorable members, is that as of 31st of May, I think since the introduction of the early retirement and voluntary exit, we've seen about 122 exits in March this year, owing to the early retirement and voluntary exit. And that was phase one. We also now are expecting more applications, about 152 who have applied for voluntary exit as well. So you will see that the speed at which now when you look at the exit, it's actually it's actually moving faster than the rate at which we are basically filling the positions. We are sitting with 4,874 filled positions and about 1,045 vacant positions, and there's quite a number of positions that have been advertised. And then I think the period it takes from advert to filling of those positions, the vetting and all the other things, that sometimes to the extent of people declining, also takes quite some time. So the rate at which we are filling those positions is lower than the rate of exits. That's why you find that there's a huge jump in terms of the vacancy rate as well. And that affects the two other indicators, which is basically the disaggregation in relation to women as well as persons with disabilities. When we close off Q3 and 4, we're sitting at 38%. But as of now, as we speak, when I'm looking at the statistics right as of May, for women in SMS, we're sitting at 40% because we've recently just appointed a few other SMS levels, most of which were ring-fenced as to position them for women. So we're sitting at 40%. And then I think the challenge that we're facing always is around the persons with disabilities, where we find that most of them may not meet the set minimum post requirements, but we're sitting at close to about 1% with persons with disabilities. And I think this is a continuous engagement with the Department of Women, Youth and to look at how do we then also ring-fence and work out an approach that will assist us in achieving higher targets of persons with disabilities within the built environment. Next slide. Then when we zoom now into the legal aspects of it, because we are a procurement-heavy organization, so we also are open to a number of challenges, legal issues from the department side, as well as service providers also raising their concerns. We are managing, we provide legal opinions so that at least we are able to then make the informed decisions around the actions that we take when the need arises. But also looking at the contracts that are drafted and vetted. We're also looking at how then do we deal with those contracts to ensure that everything complies with legal prescripts or legislative, with the legal prescripts. So we're sitting basically at 88% or 89%, if you will, or in terms of the legal opinions, 55 of the 62 requests were provided within the prescribed period of 10. Normally we provide it within 10 working days to provide that legal opinion so that decisions are enhanced as speedily as possible, are taken as speedily as possible. But in terms of contracts, we again also within 10 days, we've also looked at it in that context. That 100 contracts were of the 2 that were received, they were then drafted and vetted within the stipulated time. Now, this also contributes partly to the compliance universe as well, but it also looks at right down to the other indicators from an activity point of view. You'll also look at how then the issues affect also the procurement as well as projects and facilities management where there's legal issues that are also will be required in those areas as well. Next slide. Then when we look at the litigation, that we're managing a high cost. We're sitting at 64%, 291 of 452 cases that we have in our litigation register that we are actually currently working on. And I think one of the challenges that we'll face with the litigation is sometimes when you go to court, you find that some companies or some companies don't appear or individuals don't appear, and then there's a challenge in appearances that take time in some of these, but there are efforts they put in place to improve the engagements with internally with officials to ensure that we adhere to the terms and the references as well as the legal prescripts, and also we are now breaking it down in terms of each region. Regional offices, so that we monitor where there are gaps and the challenges, and then there will be a direct intervention to support those regions where cases need to be dealt with, and cases especially where we are representing in courts. Then with regards to the automation, which we try to also move some of the manual practices in the organization, we basically targeted 4 areas to be automated, which we achieved 3 out of 4, which is basically now there's an internal process of driving the submissions process. And then we also had started with the e-recruitment, which has been completed in terms of the development of the e-recruitment process, and now we are at a piloting phase, and this will assist also linked to the vacancy rate. It will also assist in terms of automating the applications into the organization, and will also at least bring down the time it takes from the appointment of the panels to the adverts and to the screening of those up until the issuing of the letters, appointment letters. So this also will assist in future to actually bring down to cover the time period it takes to deal with these issues as well. And working together with corporate services, we've done testing. It has been accepted from the corporate services. We're now ready to go live with the system to test it based on the development that has been done. We also, again, the next one is the audit tracking system. This is linked to the compliance. I did allude to the point that in the compliance, there's issues around the RFIs and the COFs, how we respond to those issues. So this is now an automated system where we also interact with Auditor General on how we deal with the issues around the tracking of audit issues from the request for information up until the management responses and addressing those findings. So that the one aspect that we have still not achieved is partially achieved is basically the e-lease portal, which basically and I think again there's also a link to capacity issues owing to the capacity internally, which we're trying to address from an ICT point of view, especially the specialized skills. That capacity was then redirected to cover some of the automated processes, and then this also got delayed. But we are resuscitating that to ensure that the lease portal is also assisted in driving the lease management of the organization, so that you'll see that it affects from a supply chain as well as from the real estate management services dealing with the leases. So those are the kind of things that we are also trying to push to ensure that there's efficiency. Next slide. Then the last one is mainly around the performance of financials, which in this case the main vote, which is sitting at 94%. Mainly the challenges are mainly around the property rates, which is basically an overspending, and goods and services underspending, but there's underspending on the refurbishments as well as infrastructure and client capital, which the CFO will also then expand on it in the next segment or section of the presentation. Program 2, Chair and members, is basically our interface in terms of the intergovernmental, split into two components. One is the intergovernmental, which basically deals with the issues of technical min-mec, issues of common understanding between the provinces and the national department, but we've extended it to the local government as well as operating with SALGA on how we deal with the issues around the built environment. So this, and also the min-mec, and so this basically is where we have a sector infrastructure plan, and then we report on that sector infrastructure plan. So the plan was endorsed by min-mec, and it's now being implemented to look at the implementation of those. There are about 11 indicators in that sector plan from the provinces, national, COCTA, SALGA, as well as our entities and other sister departments within the built environment, where we would like to have a sense of how we are operate, how we are faring with regards to built environment. And then the second segment is the professional services, where basically we focus on the beneficiaries that are participating in the skills pipeline intervention program. As of Q4, we had 1,380 participants against the target of 1,200. So there was quite a high rate of participants in that. So again, it also links again working together with our entity, the Council for Built Environment, in identifying and developing the skills pipeline, as well as professionalizing the state with regards to future skills that will be required within the infrastructure or built environment. Next slide. The next slide is then on the EPWP, which basically deals with our contribution to poverty initiatives, in unemployment, as well as inequality, and through the initiatives within the department, as well as other public bodies, reporting public bodies across the country. As of Q4, we're sitting at 864,162 participants or work opportunities that were created and reported on the system. I think there's still some under-reporting, which there is also a program on how to assist the public bodies in terms of technical skills in under-reporting, and to ensure that we reach maximum work opportunities that are created towards that 5 million target set for the MTDP. And then internally in the department, we also have work opportunities that are created on the EPWP system. And here also looks at one, those that are the contribution by the construction project management, and then also the facilities management, as well as IDT, with a target of 63,367, and we have achieved 50,112. Again, is also the issues of NPOs challenged in terms of reporting. And I think it's also a structural issue within the department with regards to CPM and FM branches. And these are some of the engagements that are currently underway. For instance, I think Chair and honorable members will be talking about client departments providing funding, and then the determination of targets of how many work opportunities can be created is also dependent on the confirmation of the fund, so that we are able to then look at how many work opportunities can be created from that. And I think that link is also important, that if it's not done and there's no confirmation of funding, it becomes difficult to target or even commit from the side of the department when there's absence of that. But I think those are engagements that we're currently having with the client departments to at least confirm in writing, and then we have a target setting that can be done upfront, and then we monitor that as we roll out these programs. Next slide. Then the fourth program, Chair, is split into two. One is the legislative program that deals basically with the public works bill, also oversight of our entities, especially the amendments of their bills, in this case CIDB, and as well as Public Works Bill, Giyama, and the establishment of ISA as an entity. Now, we've achieved, in terms of the amendment bill that was produced for Parliament, it's going to be then taken through the parliamentary processes, or the CIDB bill, as well as the Public Works Bill, which is also been developed for parliamentary processes. Those we have achieved, and also we've gone through our consultative process, as well as the socio-economic impact analysis has been done, as well as the opinions that are provided by the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor on the processes as well. I think where we are challenged now is basically the GIAMA. The GIAMA, we planned to say by Q4 we would have finalized the draft. But we are still working on the draft, and there's further consultation on this draft of GIAMA, owing also to the challenges that we are experiencing, and also with an intention to then develop a secondary act or regulations around GIAMA. So there's extensive consultations in this process with regards to GIAMA. Next slide. Then on the infrastructure as a Infrastructure South Africa as an entity, there's a continuous engagement. I think procedurally you have to do a business case, and then you take it to National Treasury for concurrence, as well as Public Service Administration for concurrence on the issues of the capacity. So I think there's still some engagements with National Treasury that has also actually contributed to the delays in ensuring that we move to the next level and eventually bring it to Parliament for parliamentary processes. So those are still some of the challenges, and I think that's basically why we're testing the appetite of National Treasury in this space of infrastructure, given that there's a number of infrastructure players from a coordination as well from an implementation point of view, putting those together under one umbrella. I think those are some of the engagements that are also taking place in that. Then from the Infrastructure South Africa perspective, where we are contributing to management of the SIPs, the Strategic Integrated Projects, where we say those what were gazetted in July 2020. So these are basically the reports in relation to how we are faring on this. So every time we present a report, and in that report it contains the status of the projects of those gazetted infrastructure projects, what stage and what are the funding models that have been applied, as well as the work or the contribution to the GDP, as well as jobs that are created within that. So these then contain those, and I think it if the committee requires or request ISA to present, I think that we can also then break it down, give you the full scope of the infrastructure projects, strategic integrated projects, and their status as well. Next slide. Then the last one is basically the status on the status reports on the project preparation. There's one project that has been prepared and concluded in support of the catalytic project. This is also still under ISA to promote a standardized approach and best practice in construction. Basically, these reports serve that purpose to ensure that we promote growth as well as transform the construction and property industry as well. Next slide. With regards to our contribution, gross fixed capital formation, our chairperson and honorable members, we know that we are working with other stakeholders, in this case, National Treasury, as well as other entities that contribute to this. So we are basically looking at 14% in terms of gross fixed capital formation, and this is basically just strictly from the ISA perspective in terms of the contribution of GDP. And I think holistically as a country, it also needs to be looked at what is then the contribution from the built environment, and then overall the other sectors within the economy, what will be the contribution in regards to GDP. So this is basically a measure of growth in the economy that will also have spin-offs, socio-economic spin-offs such as employment and stuff. So employment and addressing the issues of inequality and poverty. So it's important also to measure that, and also to leverage on infrastructure as a driver of growth. So these indicators also show that aspect. So 13.4 is quite low. If you look at the targets that we had set ourselves for 2030 to actually have 30% of gross fixed capital formation as a percentage of GDP. So that's basically quite low. This level of contribution. There are other sectors that also need to contribute to look at what will be the country-wide GFCF as a percentage of GDP. Now, with regards to adopting municipality project, we have completed about two business case and feasibility studies have been done and completed for 6 projects. Pre-feasibility studies were completed in 4 municipalities, in those 4 municipalities, and I think from case by case, and then through the stages that we are approaching on how to adopt and the parameters that are put in place, we should be able to say in the next financial year or in the current financial year, financial under review, should be able to see some progress with regards to municipal support, with regards to the infrastructure project at municipal level, from planning point of view up to execution, as well as the impact thereof. Next slide. Then the last one is on the small harbors, where now we have small harbors redevelopment with a complete land enhancement. There is a bit of progress there, even though we've not achieved in detail in terms of the redevelopment aspect, but there's progress where we are also engaging from an investment point of view, looking at investment into capital injection into those, because these are basically large capital projects. So we're looking at engagement with the various countries that will have an interest in terms of supporting this, from a feasibility study up until the execution of that, and also draft agreements with those countries where and also because it's a country to country, especially when you're looking at for what we call the BITS bilateral treaties, you have to look at the legalities within those countries when we deal with that. So we are also engaging the Office of the Chief State Law Advisor to ensure compliance with the legal soundness of these contracts as we engage these, but in this case, the People's Republic of China, to support these feasibility studies. And then after that, then we'll then look at the work being done or to be done to start the work on the small harbors. Next slide. Then the prestige portfolio, which is basically dealing with 2 critical aspects. One is planned events, where we deal with SONA, budget speech, cabinet legislators. We also have unplanned budgets. Unplanned events. Things such as, I think this was not planned initially, the SA Trophy Tour, the Madagascar State visit. These are basically presidential visits or state visits. And also the categories of funerals. We had category 2 of the late Mr. Ricotta. We also, those are unplanned. We project them here, Chair, because they have budget implications. So that when you say, if you've only achieved SONA and thing, why would you then spend 90% of the budget? So the 90% also covers the unplanned events as well, and funerals. So we cover both. So when we report, we break them into 2. Though we plan for the planned ones, but we also, from a reporting point of view, provide honorable chair members with unplanned as well. And then what we're also doing is to compile an asset register, especially in the parliamentary villages and also in the ministerial houses, to ensure that we have an asset register. And that will also assist when we have an asset register of those movable assets to be able to respond to the needs of honorable members as well as ministers in those designated houses as well as parliamentary villages. So we're still moving on the compilation. We could not reach our 100%. It's quite a large number of assets that we are dealing with. So it's still on the feasibility, still on the ground to collect the data, and we should be able to by mid this financial year or end of financial year, should be able to then present a compliant asset register for the prestige portfolio, and that's where then decisions will then be taken from. Next slide. Then we're starting the PMTE. PMTE is basically the first program 1, which is the financial aspect of it as well, sitting also at 94%. And I think the CFO will touch on some of the issues that contribute to the challenges that we face from the PMTE side, from the when they present the financials. Next slide, the investment component of our real estate investment. We had identified a number of properties to be processed for letting, about 80 of them in Q4, and then these were achieved. We achieved about 71, though this 71 was also achieved against the target of Q3, which was identified. We had eventually targeted 50, but we achieved about 71 of those properties identified and confirmed letting for government properties as well, as way of maximizing, utilizing and maximizing the value of our state property as well. So we are also dealing with the 56 that required to reach the annual target, basically. So this target was exceeded in the previous quarters. But we've identified more and more other properties that will be also processed further. Then with regards to precinct, Chair, we targeted 5 in Q4. Now that basically is a breakdown of those precincts, the Gunya, Vosta, Toyando, Wahomu, as well as Carolina. So those are basically have been developed as precincts, and I think that maybe Chairperson will also serve as an interesting oversight to look at that, those structures in future, to look at those precincts and the services and government departments that will be then allocated in those areas, basically bringing services to the people through this precinct development as well. Next slide. And then the CAMP is one of the things that we basically look at in terms of the GIAMA compliant, because we're still under the current GIAMA is still applicable, as though we're still looking at amending the current GIAMA. So we've got about a number of chapters that we write that we client departments. So these are the custodian asset management chapters that we include from the needs of the clients, and then we consolidate those chapters into into our CM, and that will also help us to draw information of what will be the future needs of the clients and how do we then respond to those with regards to the needs of the client, and how we then service the client with their office accommodation, as well as whether we construct or we buy or we lease. It will also touch on some of the indicators that speak to lease to own, as well as construction, as well as CPM and real estate. Next slide. So the target was achieved in terms of those 5 chapters that have been consolidated into that. And then CPM, Chair, we targeted 26 projects in Q4, and we've not achieved any. But cumulatively, we're saying over the years, taking stock of all the others that we've achieved, we are basically sitting at 15 that we have achieved in terms of the infrastructure projects. And I think these are some of the challenges that we face. We also break it down in terms of the areas and the regions and geolocations of those projects, and where and the type of those projects. We've got a detailed a list of those projects, and I think largely we find that most of the projects are at a tender stage, one in Bloemfontein, some in Bloemfontein, others have been handed over to contractors as late as October 2025, especially in Polokwane. And then we also have these penalties that we apply to these contractors who are not doing very well, in this case Mabato. But also the recommended bidders were also through the provincial, through the BAC adjudication committee, were also awarded in February 2026. So at least some work will start to see some work owing to these late awards to these contractors, which ideally would have been awarded at some stage, but due to those delays, So which means that at the tender stage, we're looking at the entire value chain. You'd look at one, there are those that are already on site, there are those that are in the tender stage, there are those that are almost being completed. So you then look at how do you then channel your resources to speed up the whole value chain of construction. Then in terms of designs, we also have experiencing delays in designs. I mean, we've got 2 out of 45 that we have targeted for Q4. And again, the idea of allocation of funds still becomes a challenge, and this was experienced in Nelspruit and Durban. When we look at these delays, as well as Bloemfontein and Pretoria region. We also have civil and structural engineer issues where we advertised and closed on the 31st, so that we have also structural sound designs for the identified projects, and then also then the tender issues in terms of the processing of those procurement aspects, and then also delays in receiving reports for approval for some of the internal professionals. So it's a mixture of external and internal, where we go on or tender for the professions and the services of structural engineers, where we advertise so that we can get, but there's also how do we use the internal, and then the reallocation of those portfolios internally to our candidate, our professions. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing with the limited capacity. We try to see how best we can push some of these projects and designs so that they move beyond the designs into implementation. Next slide. Then with infrastructure projects at the procurement stage, we also look into that. At procurement, how do we move them from procurement into implementation? We had 9 that we achieved out of 18 with regards to consultants, and then we also look at with regards to contractors themselves, which is 2 out of the 22 that we have identified. And again, the same delays that we have raised up earlier on, but again linked to vacancy rate, as we talked about the early retirement as voluntary. We see that some of them have actually taken early retirement, leaving a gap in those areas, and again with institutional memory. And some of the projects are not funded, and then we also experience the issues of with regards to contractors and sketch plans. Some of them were also taken for early resignations or resignation rather. So those are some of the issues that we're handling and dealing with, internal capacity as well as external capacity. So and I think those are there are plans in place on how we then try to deal with those issues to speed up those processes as well. Next slide. Then with regards to project management office, it's the bridges that are constructed, and I think the idea here is those Welly Sizwe bridges. We achieved 13 out of 21. And then in Northwest, and I think some of the issues that also halted the process, the project is the discovery of human remains on one of the sites, which was in Northwest. Obviously, then it has to be dealt with in a different way. That means that basically the project will stop until this matter is resolved. But there was also the transfer of funds affecting delivery of services on site. I think we're working together with the National Defence Force and other role players, the local as well as provincial spheres of government, to actually speed up with this, as well as working with the communities to speed up these processes. But yeah, it is a national program, and it's very important, particularly around the issues of those communities, that will allow the communities to be able to commute from A to B with ease. Next slide, as I'm about to close, Chair. The real estate management services, I think there's quite a number of areas to look into here, challenges. One of the issues is square meter reduction size of the portfolio, where when you look at the lease to own, as well as the state-owned accommodation productively utilized. So there's a link in terms of these indicators, but again, we haven't really moved the manner in which we had desired to move to reduce those. These are basically challenges that we're facing in completed state facilities. For instance, the Deeds Office in Johannesburg, which has about 14.4 square meters, Home Affairs in Stanger, contractor default, but I think that matter has been addressed so that we should be able to see some reports coming through that will then change that non-achievement to at least some square meterage that will have been reduced. And then there are also some projects. If you look at just these two projects, they will exceed, basically, if we really achieve these two, they will exceed this target that we had. So I think we're putting pressure and efforts to actually try to speed up these processes to ensure that then we can start to report on the square meterage reduction. Now, this is important as well, this indicator of square meterage reduction, because when you look at the portfolio, the skewness of our portfolio leaning towards the private sector and then the government stock, we should be able to see that movement towards utilization of state facilities. And I think that's an indicator that we've also thought about as a way of looking at, rather than just the building, what is a square meterage, because the square meterage also has a cost implication. So it will also look at how then, what does it mean for a cost implication when there's a reduction. So when there's a reduction in those square meterage, skewing it towards the government stock, it should then also reduce the cost in the private sector as well. So that's the kind of indicators. And then I'll also speak to it when I talk about the publication, on how that publication will then be looked into. Then lease to own, there's only one procurement instruction that was received, which was the Midrand Magistrate Court. So that is also underway, where negotiations are ongoing. And once that is completed, we should be able to look at the lease to own, again, linking to that also, which will contribute to government stock. And then now, with the state-owned accommodation productive utilized, and I think there's quite a lot of engagements here, as well as the drafting of the documents that looks at the utilization of those by private sector. So the documents are being reviewed. Submissions have been requested, and I think there's some quality work that still needs to be looked into, and I think the amount of time it takes to quality assure those documents, the details of the properties as well as the detail of the occupation, is also taking quite some time, with, again, limited resources. That also then affects the speed at which we then move towards achieving the target, but that's something that's also being addressed as well. Next slide. Percentage change in the revenue, I think, again, from the identified areas, we need to also revenue again the government stock, where there were no new leases that were signed in Q4, so there's nothing to report. In Q4 against that 5% increase in revenue or change in revenue. State properties, the OBB chair and honorable members, I think, again, is to deal with the issues of legal occupation, I think they're still in the process of eviction. So there are also a number of negotiations and administrative processes to formalize this process. There are legal issues, legal implications, areas where we also test the legality of those, some of the lease properties, some of the stolen properties. We also test whether those lease agreements were actually entered into properly. So there are quite a number of issues that are being dealt with, but at least the advantage is that there are some areas that have been identified, of which then the work is unfolding in that regard. So eviction is also still pursued for unwilling co-occupants and land invasions as well. So I think that beyond just the administrative internally, there's also legalities and other external forces that are also contributing to this challenge that also need to be dealt with in a particular manner. Then state-owned properties let out. 33 submissions have been made, and also, again, looking into the information and the quality of those reports to ensure that they contribute to the number of properties that we can then let out for that. I think from just the type of research in terms of the buildings, the location, the need, and then linking that with the needs, as well as the cost implications, and that I think that those are the details that actually need to be required, because we don't want to make a poor investment in those areas, and then we then cry foul in terms of the return on that investment, particularly in the context of the cost implications, as well as issues around the rates and taxes. So those are some of the things that are dealt with in that regard, that we just need to be as thorough as possible before a decision is taken. So I think that's the kind of information that is being dealt with in the department to deal with these issues before we let out these properties or state-owned properties. The condition assessment, structural issues of that facility, as well as proximity to the various nodal points with respect to the mandate of those departments. Those are basically some of the issues that are being dealt with. Next slide. Then our contribution, Chair and honorable members, to land release from our portfolio. We had identified 13 land parcels measuring about 9,592.8 hectares. We found that some of these that we had initially identified are actually not under the custodian of the department. So then we then have to look at in terms of the transfer, or rather look at the idea of engaging our counterparts, whether it's a provincial or municipality or state-owned, that basically owns that as part of hectares. So you do receive some of these requests, but when upon assessment you find that it does not actually belong to public works, but then we refer the matter to the relevant department or state-owned, who is the custodian, to then take the matter further to assist those that would have requested for that land. So basically pardon me, Chair, it's very difficult to read these hectares. 0.0200 hectares released out of the 22 and 8. But I think a large portion of it is that we find that some of these requests, or the portions that have been requested, actually do not belong to public works. Then, in terms of commercial prime land and building released to the market, again, we've drafted the terms of references. We've prepared a list of about 342 properties that will also be taken into that. And I think in as much as they may be a challenge in terms of the achievement of the targets, I think the amount of work that is required in this environment is quite extensive, especially if you look at the nature and the approach that we're embarking on now in terms of the optimization strategy, as well as ensuring that there's quality information and we actually attract the right investors in those for those facilities. And I think that basically is also taking a considerable amount of time to ensure that once we hit the market, at least we can attract as many as possible with the right quality of information as well. I think those are the things that we are dealing with, and that also relates to the disposal as well, and the decision around the disposal. What are the parameters, and what then informs the disposal? So those are things that we are also engaging on. So 801 properties were received from our old portfolio in the department from all the different regions, and that's being revised and looked into in terms of the terms of references to actually approve and finalize this list of these core non-core assets to the portfolio at large. Next slide. Then the real estate information. The real estate information, Chair, is basically 2,406 of our immovable assets have been physically verified. Again, I think this is another area where we've also had challenges, I think, for some time now. This is part of, for some time in terms of capacity, because it's also critical and core to the organization, this function as well. But that's also part of overall to address the issue of capacity. There's also there's also an initiative on the review of the organizational structure with respect to the emerging trends and the market conditions, as well as the capacity and the qualifications and the expertise that is required to drive this kind of portfolios. So those are some of the engagements that we're dealing with. So they also tend to affect the physical verification and the capacity within this division as well. And then registered immovable assets aligned to municipal values. We've achieved the targets, 3,227 against 3,000, and it was exceeded primarily due to working from home, which also eliminates the challenges of our stable network. Basically, we're operating on a very, and I think it's a government-wide challenge, but not that it's a. But I think it's quite a number. It's an investment that needs to be injected into the network environment with government as well. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing, but the targets were achieved. Next slide, the last program, Chair, which is facilities management. Targets were achieved in terms of operational term contracts, 76 of them out of the 46. And again, the role of SEM very, very critical in this, in terms of assisting us to approve at least 229 procurement processes, and the turnaround processes are also quite commendable. In terms of the total facilities contracts, we also had, I think, resuscitating that panel to ensure that our maintenance contracts are in place, as well as servicing those client departments with regards to maintenance. And then the remainder of the indicators, Chair, which I'd like to speak briefly from the number of solar PV panels with hybrid inverter systems. Next slide. And then you also talk about our engagements with the Green Building Council, where we identify new buildings and we rate them in terms of the rating, Green Star ratings. We also look at the number of buildings that existing building offices building to look at the certification of those buildings, the existing ones. We've got new buildings that will be certified, and we also look at existing buildings to satisfy with identify one of each, and then also identifying professions in the next slide, identifying professionals within this department to also participate into accreditation of professionals in the green building part, in terms of how to use those green building tools, certification tools, and as well as within the construction environment, how then do we also look at certifying our construction waste, that is basically contribution to the waste. So these are the challenges, Chair and honorable members, that they are also dependent on a number of factors. One is dependency in terms of the budget, and then there's also, particularly when you look at solar panels and you're looking at identifying the certification and the tools. It also looks at the capacity as well within the organization, which is basically whether we'll be able to achieve that as individuals. Excuse me. So as a result, and also in areas where we also look at whether some client departments can also assist, they reach out to them to look at assistance in terms of the confirmation of budgets, and so that we can also assist in that. So it's a number of issues that we are basically juggling with in this. So they were not initially. There would have been some in the project plan and also in the procurement, but again, in the procurement procedures is that before you start and implement, you need to also confirm funding for those, and they find that the interaction with the client departments at times, those delays also then delay also the administrative processes internally to actually then execute these projects. So those are some of the challenges that we're facing. But I think overall, when you look at the last indicator, when we look at the publication as well, is to say that when we want to do a publication, which is an extensive publication, is also to look at within the facilities management. We also look at our government stock, how it's performing with regards to maintenance and the client departments, but also compare with some of the external indicators, or rather the private sector indicators. And that's basically an annual, wanted to have an annual publication that will also serve as a insights into our facilities management, and then it will also help us to make the right decisions by comparing, rather than, which means that from a procurement point of view, our procurement in future will be well informed by these indicators that are contained in this publication. So that is the intention basically going forward. Honorable Chair, members, with that concludes the non-financial. Apologies for taking too long. Then the next section is be the financials. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Minister, DM, and DG and colleagues. Chair, I apologize for that. I was sharing followers. I'm trying now to.
Okay, CFO, mind you, you only have 15 minutes. Your time is way above. Loaz has taken everything. So from now, 10:16, you only have 15 minutes.
Okay, no, thanks, Chair. Chairperson, on the just a second now, Chair. I was sharing followers now. I was trying to switch on. Let me do this. Okay. Thank you, Chair. I will be presenting the department and the PMT separately. So I'll start with the department. Chair, you said I have 15 minutes. I will try, but I thought I will have enough time because it's the whole year now, but I'll try to be quick, Chair. Chair, just for this presentation, particularly this slide, it's just a summary.
You may present, but bear in mind the time is not on our side. You must not take 15 minutes, as you said. You want to do separately PMTE and the department, but we'll give you 25 minutes from now.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for that. Chair, this is just a summary to indicate what happened post the appropriated budget, so that the committee can then have a full understanding as we account to this committee. So post the adjusted estimate of national expenditure, there were changes that were made to the budget because of different needs. Chair, the first one was the 50 million, which was then transferred to IDT. You will recall, Chair, when we came to this committee, that we reported that we had to give IDT money because they have financial constraints, which then was subjected to National Treasury. So part of that amount came from compensation of employees, which is 45 million, and the one also from goods and services, which was 5.8 million, which was all transferred to IDT. Then the next one was the request from CBE, where they requested 5 million and was also approved by National Treasury. When CBE was faced with challenges of collapse of buildings, where they had to investigate the root causes of that. So we had to transfer 5 million, and that required also approval of National Treasury. Then there was also a movement which we call a reclassification from transfers to goods and services, which was for ESA, where we transferred to Industrial Development Corporation, which then Treasury then also approved. So this then reflect how each program was affected, Chairperson. But in terms of the final appropriation, the amounts remain the same as what Parliament voted for the budget of the main vote. Then also, I'm not going into details on this because it's just exactly the same information as I've explained. It's just that it shows per economic classification. Then in terms of then the fourth quarter chair, as we are asked to come and present an account to the committee, this is just a summary per program, where then in program 1, which is administration, we spent 97% in terms of the spending. Then on intergovernmental, it's 87%. EPWP, we achieved 100% spending against the budget of 2.3 billion. We spent 2.3 billion. When it comes to program 4, we spent 98% chair on that. And I will also provide more details, but the reason for the 2% difference there, it's because of the project preparation, which we didn't spend as much as we wanted to spend, but I'll explain in detail on that. Then prestige, we spent 87%. So in total, 98% was spent for the main vote, which means the department has the capacity to spend what is allocated to it despite financial constraints. Then this chair, it's just demonstrating the trend, how we've been performing from the financial performance point of view, which chair I'm not going to go into detail on. It is just a trend for the committee to note. Then in terms of the detail or economic classification chair, on compensation of employees, we spent 96% with a variance of 21 million, which we did not spend. It's due to the reasons that Lwazi has already outlined around filling of positions. On goods and services chair, the reason is that project preparation did not spend as much as we wanted to. There are discussions that we had with the head of ISA around this issue to say we need to engage National Treasury as a matter of urgency, because project preparation, it's a very intensive area of work. You don't just spend like you are buying computers. So that we then engage Treasury to say, in a particular financial year, we need to come up with a realistic project that will be delivered, or in terms of projected cash flow, to say in this particular year, we can only spend so much, so that Treasury can only allocate that specific amount. The other amount then can be moved to the outer years. So those are fruitful engagements that we had with the head of ISA to address this matter. Then on transfers and subsidies chair, we spent 100%. I'm not going into details because there is a slide that is going into details for all transfers. So in terms of then the overall chair, as I said, we spent 98%. Then in terms of detailed report for transfers and subsidies, this is a slide that I was talking about, chair, where then into all our entities, we transferred all the amounts that were allocated on time. So we don't have instances where we did not transfer any amount. We know, chair, during the year, which we normally report to this committee, where sometimes we withhold payments for municipalities because they don't comply. I must indicate, chair, the DDG PWP did intervene, which then made us then to be able to transfer all transfers to all municipalities and provinces. Then in terms of 30 days, chair, we achieved 95% in terms of the number of invoices that were paid within 30 days, which is 19,916. and 948 invoices were not paid within 3 days, which, Chair, there were reasons for that. We had challenges. You'll recall, Chair, the building where we are working, there was a prohibition notice, particularly in December, which then affected our processing of payments. But those problems were solved, Chair. We were able to then address all the backlog. But Chair, one invoice is too many when we don't pay any service provider. Then moving to PMTE, where, Chair, I will spend a lot of time in PMTE because of the complexity. Then in PMTE, Chair, the original budget for PMTE was 17 billion in total. But there were adjustments that were made. The adjustments, Chair, they relate to where clients' departments withdraw money for whatever reason. In some instances, clients also add money. Just to be specific, Chair, on accommodation charges, which is state-owned, there was a reduction of 209 billion because Treasury did not increase that area as we anticipated, which normally happens every year. So which then affect the performance of PMTE in certain programs. Then also on capital projects, there was 449 that was added as we interact with clients. So they then avail the budget of 449. Then on leases, Chair, according to ENE, we're sitting at 6.5 billion. There was then a reduction of 728 million. So as some leases get cancelled, then it affects this because it's mainly a recovery cost. So which then, as a result of that, our revised budget is 5.7 billion. Then coming to the receipts, you can see the trend over the year per quarter, but I'll focus more on quarter four. On state-owned, Chair, I will say we achieved 100%, where then what we're expecting from clients, 4.8 billion, we received 4.8 billion, which then it's 100%. There is just a small difference. Then on client capital, that's where, Chair, clients are not paying on infrastructure where they have given us the mandate to construct, but there are a lot of also issues that are involved there because, as Lwazi has indicated, underperformance where then we did not deliver on project as expected. But even where we have issued invoices to clients, clients did not pay us. As you can see, Chair, we only received 1 billion, whereas we were supposed to have received 1.8 billion, which then it's 55% in terms of receipt. Then private leases, it's 103%, Chair, where then the revised budget was 5.7 billion, but we actually paid for leases 5.8 billion. I know, Chair, at face value, it looks like we overspent, but it is a full cost recovery, Chair. What we spend is what we recover. So if there are new leases, Chair, which may not have been part of the budget, the client will still confirm the budget, and then we then process the payments. So it's not necessary to say we overspent, but against the projected budget that we had, we then reflect this as overspending. Then, Chair, overall, Chair, we achieved 97% in terms of the receipt of 16 billion, which then it's just a slight difference from 100%, which we say there is a progress that we are making in terms of ensuring that we invoice all invoices that are due to clients, and clients for current budget, they do pay in most cases. Then, Chair, in terms of how we spend this budget, I will start with current payments. I will also highlight on key issues, Chair, because of time, so that I can focus in certain areas that are more important. So, Chair, in terms of then the leases, we are sitting at 99%. And Chair, I must explain this one. The area that I've reported already, where it shows like an overspending, over receipt. Actually, we receive more money. I must just correct myself. We receive more money because I was talking about revenue, which means clients were paying also for previous year to some extent. So that's why then you can see our expenses for leases, it's sitting at 99%. Whereas in terms of actual revenue that we received, which is the amount that we received from client, was 103%. Then on maintenance, Chair, is the area of thing that I think we have managed to contain it, because in the previous year we've been overspending in this area. But I must indicate we had to slow down in this area, Chair, because it's linked also to itemized billing, where clients have reduced budget. So we had to contain also our spending patterns in this area. So we were able to spend 96%. Ordinarily, we normally spend 2.2 billion. So you can then imagine, Chair, the impact that this has have on our facilities, where we may not have done all maintenance that we wanted to do because of the financial constraints. Then on repair, Chair, when we did well compared to previous financial years, where we are sitting at 97% spending, where ordinarily we'll be sitting around 60%. Then on compensation of employees, Chair, we spend 104%. I need to explain this, Chair. At face value, it looks like overspending, but the reason for this, Chair, there were officials that were appointed for Welisizo Bridges, which the funding is under the main vote. So we have issued a claim against the main vote. So that's what caused it to look like it's overspending, but it's not. It's just a recovery cost, which we have already recovered from the main vote. Then on goods and services, we managed to spend everything that was allocated, but this is the area, Chair, where we are under pressure in terms of goods and services. You can see an entity of this nature, we only have the budget of goods and services that is 525 million. It's a demonstration that we are under a severe pressure on PMTE, because that's where administration of all properties need to happen. Then on transfers, payments, which is mainly property rates, this one, Chair, we spend 113%, and the reason for that, Chair, as I indicated, the itemized billing, which we expected, Treasury actually did not increase, which then property rates, Chair, they increase annually. So we didn't anticipate that Treasury will not increase itemized billing as they normally do every year. As a result, and on property rates we spent more than what we projected as the budget. Then the total expenditure for current payments or current expenditure, it's sitting at 101%. Then on infrastructure, Chair, we on refurbishment we spend 76%. You can see, Chair, if you compare with the Q1, Q2, Q3, actually we have improved significantly, because in Q1 it was 9%, in Q2 30%, Q3 62%. Now we are sitting at 76%. We are not saying, Chair, it's a good performance, but it's much better compared to the whole year. So interventions are beginning to yield the results. However, on DPW capital, Chair, we are not doing well in that area, because we were just below 60%, where we are sitting at 59%. While on client capital also, we are not doing extremely well, because we are sitting at 62%. So there is a need, Chair, to intensify the the intervention plan that was presented by DDG Mokotu at some point to this committee, which then the minister and the technical MINMEC and MINMEC approved to say this is the plan that must be implemented. We are starting to see the result in certain areas, but I believe we can do more. Then overall, Chair, in terms of the total expenditure for the PMTE, we are sitting at 95% overall, even though in certain areas they were overspending, just with a small percentage. In other areas is underspending. So overall, we are sitting at 95%, which it's a good performance because normally in terms of the guidelines, if you've achieved 95%, 5% is regarded as not that material. Then Chair, I know this slide is too busy, but it's just to show the trend per line items, how we've been performing. I've already explained, Chair, the reasons, so I'm not going into details on that. Then on outstanding balances where clients are owing us, we opened with 14.7 billion, which was owed by clients' departments, and clients against the opening balance, they paid 2.3 billion. And we still have 12 billion that is not recovered from clients' departments. However, we did invoice all the clients 20 billion and we received 16.6 billion, which Chair is 67% in terms of recovery rate. What I must focus on, Chair, is the area of client capital, which is sitting at 56%. I've already explained that one, Chair, to say it's concerning that we spent 1.1 billion and clients only paid us 627 million. So while project may be behind in certain areas, but clients also need to ensure that they pay us so that we can also fast track the payments to clients, to contractors. In some instances, contractors will leave the site because of payment issues where clients don't even pay us. It's something, Chair, that it continues to be a worry to us. Similarly, with recoverable special project, it's also linked to clients paying us, where it's sitting also at 51%. And also municipal services, it's 61%. We have to pay municipalities, but we don't get our money back. It's a concern that we are having, Chair. I must indicate, though, Chair, that we are starting to have fruitful discussions with National Treasury. Already we had 2 meetings in less than a month. The last meeting happened yesterday, which was led by the head of PMTE. I must indicate the letters that the DG issued to the DG of Treasury and the letter that the minister issued to Minister of Finance. They are beginning now to attract fruitful engagement with National Treasury, where then Treasury is starting now to tell us to say, look, Public Works, when we cut the budget, it's because Cabinet is saying they must cut in these areas and focus on a particular area. We then said to them, look, we understand that, but we expect you, Treasury, then to take all our concerns back to Cabinet so that this area of infrastructure must be addressed and maintenance must be addressed, because we find ourselves as Public Works, we are invited by different portfolio committees complaining about the maintenance, the state of the buildings, and yet the corresponding budget, it's not linked to the needs of the client's department. The same client's departments will cut the budget on infrastructure and maintenance. The same client's department will not even pay us. So those are the fruitful engagements that we are beginning to have with National Treasury. I hope, Chair, it will yield to positive results where we begin to get more money. We even put a proposal to Treasury to say, we presented to them 2 years ago, even last year, a recovery plan, which the minister requested us actually to have a recovery plan, which it's beginning now to take shape. We said to Treasury, we put proposal to you and you don't come back to us, you don't respond, but they are starting now to engage us in a fruitful way, in a way that we put a proposal to them to say, Treasury, the same principle that you've applied in the past, where you will then support ESCOM by having a special allocation to municipalities, those that owe ESCOM to do settlement agreement. Then treasuries, they did welcome that proposal that we were putting to them. They said, but it's dependent on the processes within Treasury, which we hope, Chair, will yield the result. And we also said to them, we may need to have a session with them and together with all clients departments that are affected so that we find a solution. So there are those fruitful engagements, Chair. I thought it's important excuse me, I thought it's important just to share with the committee these fruitful engagements that we are beginning to have with National Treasury. But it doesn't take away, Chair, that our request also to request Treasury to come before this committee together with us, it's still very important because we need to apply the pressure at all angles, Chair. Then, Chair, in terms of the top 6 departments that are owing us, it's also indicated per portfolio. It's correctional services that is leading. It's correctional services owing us 5.9 billion. I must say, Chair, we had also discussions with Treasury and the client. Correctional services was very clear to say we do not have the budget. Treasury come on board. So we were part of that discussion. So there are discussions that are underway. The next department that will be meeting with Treasury, because we made that call, we are still trying to facilitate a meeting with Defense through Treasury. But the last time we spoke also with Defense, they were looking forward to have this conversation with Treasury, which we hope Treasury will then set up that meeting. We also emphasized that with Treasury yesterday to say we just need to have meetings with all these departments. Then also on SAPS, Chair, SAPS, they are paying well, Chair, I must say. SAPS, they don't pay things that they dispute. Particularly, they are disputing shared savings, which they are not paying. The rest of the outstanding amounts, it's just a timing issue, Chair, because at year end, when we close the financials, there are amounts that are not yet due. But other than that, we don't really have problem with SAPS. Instead, SAPS is complaining that with the budget that they give us and the payments that they made, we don't deliver for them. Justice, it's 637 million. Also, Justice is not a bad payer. They do pay whatever that it's owed, they are owing us. So those are the types of issues that we are faced, but also they don't have adequate budget. I think the issue of budget is just across. Treasury also owe us 433 million. There is a list that is in dispute, which RAMS is working on to resolve the dispute. That's the reason why Treasury is not paying us. So in total, Chair, just for the top 6 departments, 14.3 billion is owed by these top 6 departments. So our view is that if we are able to meet all these departments with National Treasury and agree even on settlement agreement, 95% of our problems will be resolved. Then these are the dispute, Chair, as I indicated. We are engaging Treasury on all these disputes to even reach a settlement agreement, as I've already highlighted. Then in terms of interventions, Chair, some of them I've already indicated them. The one that perhaps I must just emphasize on, you will recall, Chair, this committee requested that Treasury must consider to have a legal instrument that can force departments to pay. That draft has been put in place. We are discussing now in the department, because Treasury gave us the draft, which we've discussed as finance. We are now taking to PMT Manco, which is led by head of PMT. Thereafter, it will go to ESCO so that we can then finalize it. Among other things that Treasury has brought in this instruction note, which we really recommended to Treasury to say, Treasury consider to withhold transferring of any money to any department that is owing us where the invoices are not in dispute. So Treasury has put that clause, which we really appreciate. We hope at a final stage when it's approved that clause will be maintained. It will go a long way, Chair, because when there are valid claims against a particular department, Treasury will not transfer money to that specific department. So those are the developments, Chair, that are beginning to take shape. Yes, it may have taken time, but we are starting to see the impact of what the minister requested us to implement financial recovery. As I said, Chair, it will take time for us to start to see the actual flow of money, because once this instruction note is implemented, once also we have engaged with departments, we will then begin to see a flow of money. Probably it will begin to start happening from November, because Treasury still need to approve this instruction note. Settlement agreements must happen with clients, then we can then begin to see inflow of cash.
Thank you, Stefan.
Okay, no, thank you, Chair. I'm sorry, Chair. I had to spend more time, but thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, based on the fact that other members are on their way, they need those who are in Cape Town, physical and plenary, of course. They need to fly back to their constituencies. I'm not gonna, the reason why I'm rushing, and it's relevant indeed. We need to start with our question and answer session. DM, can you switch off your mic?
Yeah, Chair, I was indicating that may I be excused as I get into the cabinet subcommittee.
Yes,
Thank you.
Excuse DM. Honorable Masangu, you'll start with your 5 minutes, then followed by Honorable Bath, your 5 minutes, then do I have Honorable Mumal on the platform? And then Honorable Mumalo as well. In that order, Honorable Masangu, your 5 minutes start now with engaging. It's either you choose to do a dialogue, you ask one question, then you are answered, then the following with your 5 minutes. And your 5 minutes is gonna state, I only count it when you speak. When they respond, I'm going to gouge them. Honorable Masangu, you may take the podium.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings to your good selves. Greetings to the Minister, the DM, the Absentia, the DG, and the team from the department, colleagues on the platform, everyone present. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. Well, Chair, I'm going to take the whole 5 minutes, then they're going to respond after. The first question, actually, I'm very, very worried, Chair, because the report reflects a very poor performance on part of the department. The first graph that it has been reflected by Mr. Mahlangu, there, Ulwazi Mfowethu, on targets, they've never even achieved 50% of the target set by themselves. So that's why I'm saying the report, according to me, it reflects a very, very poor performance. And one will wonder why you set targets, then you fail to achieve them. So when you look at the graph on slide 6, and it also reflects a consistent poor performance on part of the department from quarter 1 to quarter 4 without significant improvement. And I'll also ask why Minister and the team from the department. Also, on the part of the minister, it reflects, Minister, a very bad part that there's nothing that we are doing. Because you look at quarter 1 to quarter 4, there's none of the improvements. We are downgrading instead of us improving. So I'm worried to say why. And when you look at finances against the performance, the budget goes up, yet the targets they decrease, yet the performance they decrease. Also, one will wonder what is happening in the department. But when you use the soccer language, we are playing in Vela, Minister, while others they are playing in the English Premier League. In terms of performance, when you reflect it from quarter 1 to quarter 4 against the money the CFO says that they are using it useful. You can't CFO use money then, but in other way the performance is poor. It means that money you are wasting it because there are no results. And the results, when we're speaking about the value of money, we want to see work, we want to see performance, we want to see improvements. But we can't have the budget that it increases and then use the budget against the targets and against the performance. It's very problematic. Also, I've also noted the administration program that reflects a number of key weaknesses, including that the department technologically averse. The department is technologically averse. What is exactly the reason for the administrative weaknesses, and what is the plan to correcting these administrative weaknesses, as reflected in the report? Because we can't continuously to have weaknesses, and hence those weaknesses we are unable to correct them. Either have a plan of how are we going to correct it, because persistently we'll have weaknesses. That's why if you have weaknesses administratively, you are not going to perform. You are not going to set targets because administratively you have those weaknesses. In terms of I'm just rushing, Chair. In terms of litigation cases managed, the report highlights a number of excuses in mitigation of not meeting an administrative target, and raises very little of substance in terms of corrective action. Why is that the case, and how will this improve going forward? Because you can't have excuses now. You must have plan. You can't give excuses. Oh, this and that did that. No, we need a plan of how are we going to resolve these things, of how are we going to improve our performance, of how are we going to achieve our targets. And why is there slow progress in infrastructure project, as there was underpinning of refurbishment, department, infrastructure, and client capital? And why is there such a slow progress in terms of design and development of project? The last one is on the EPWP. And even when we got here, on EPWP, you had a challenge of reporting. Even today, after many years or after some time, there's no plan on how to solve this challenge. So I'm worried, Chair, with the overall performance and also with these weaknesses of the department and with the failure of the EPWP to report consistently. Baya dankie.
Thank you. It's better you understood. You could hear my alarm. There are 8 questions that has been asked by Honorable Mahlangu. I was putting a count on them. There are 8. The last one is the reporting of EPWP program. Why is there still a problem with the reporting on this program? and those who are receiving funds have been perennial problems as well. What is the corrective measures of actions to ensure proper reporting in these public entities? He also asked one critical part, Minister and DG, as well as the CFO, your finances versus the performance and the result or the outcome, how you spend. The main issue that we started with, it's the underperformance that you need to take note of. But I'll allow Minister and the team to respond to those 8 questions. And while you are responding, be precise and direct to the question. Let's not do preambles. You have 8 minutes to respond, and now it's 10:55. Minister and the team, you can respond to the questions.
Thank you, Chair. I do hope I'm still going to get to do my preamble at some point. But let me just say this. Just give me a second. I want to start with actually using the Premier League example of the Honourable Mahlangu. I think it's a good example because the problem is that we want to play in the Premier League, but we are employing Sunday League tactics. And some of our players are Sunday League and not Premier League. And we spend like a Premier League club, but we are achieving the results of a Sunday League. And so that's actually quite a fit analogy. And when you have that situation, you need a head coach or a manager to get the team back on track, to become fit, to maybe bring in some new players and make sure that you're able to score some goals. Because if you want to win in the Premier League, you need to score goals. So I actually think that that's quite a good analogy, Honourable Mahlangu. And I have, at least since the beginning of this year, requested that a fully operationalized turnaround plan, an administrative turnaround plan, is developed and produced so that we are able to play in the Premier League. I have yet to receive that, despite repeatedly asking for it. And I think that we need to ask why that is so. I agree with you, Honourable Mahlangu, and you make a good point around technologically adverse. I want to bring your attention to slide 32, where we met a target of registered immovable assets. And the only reason why we met the target is because it says here, and I quote, "It was exceeded primarily due to working from home, which eliminated network challenges," which means that those people that are working in an office are unable to do their work because of network problems. And so it's better for people to work at home. I mean, that is, quite bizarre. And I find it strange that we take pride of even saying that we did well because people worked at home because they couldn't access the Wi-Fi network. So I agree with you. And having that ICT turnaround plan is critically important. You correctly also highlight the lack of corrective action when it comes to, I think, the point that you were focusing on is litigation. I agree with you. We stubbornly refuse to implement court orders at times, which is strange. But when we then seek to employ disciplinary action, Honourable Member, I received a report, and maybe you should also get it too, on how we treat HR in the department, or at least disciplinary matters, where individuals who have been found guilty of allowing 20 and 30 million rand worth of irregular expenditure are simply given a written warning, but a cleaner who mistakenly took home a pair of boots with them is dismissed. Now, there is fundamentally something wrong in the way in which we hold people accountable, and that leads obviously to a culture of impunity that people think that they can get away with things. So I agree with you, and I hope that we can submit that report because it infuriated me when I saw it. On the issue of slow infrastructure, I think that this is really an important conversation to have, Chair. And I think that it's a broader conversation than just this. And I would ask that we do so against the presentation that Infrastructure SA gave to the Select Committee yesterday, and also some of the other points of this presentation, but which need to be incorporated with CPM. Because, if we are only going to see, and there was a statistic that we released yesterday, that 1 in 6 tenders for infrastructure are concluded. Now, that obviously is across the whole value chain of SOEs, other departments, spheres of government, etc. And if we are unable to successfully conclude tenders for infrastructure projects, that is one of the big problems that we have. But I would like to suggest, Chair, maybe in the next quarter that we have a specific discussion about that, because there's some very worrying data that has come out. Those would be my responses, Chair. I'd hand over to the DG and other officials maybe to come in. Thank you, Chair.
DG.
Sorry, apologies, Chairperson, for the delay. The technology was killing me. Chair, maybe let me indicate as follows so that we don't waste time. 8 minutes is very short. Chair, when you look at the questions that were asked, as you indicated, let me maybe start with the overall poor performance under 50, overall performance including entities. Why these targets are set and yet we fail to attain them. Chair, I think the main issue here, I think, is the capacity to deal with some of these targets that are set in hindsight, and also not being able to forcefully monitor progress and or performance. And I believe there's a lot of dependencies in some instances, but I must indicate there seems to be a serious problem of capacity in terms of the department that we need to address. When it comes to a very big one, Chair, which is the expenditure against performance, we find that there is a budget that we have allocated for a particular activity, but the way we are spending in that budget vis-a-vis the actual performance target that is on the ABP, there's no correlation towards that. In other words, you find that, I'll make an example, you find that the project is divided into different stages, and then the client is allocated as, say, an amount X. Now, when you look at the work that is done, the work that is done will be on the planning stage, but the target was saying we would have achieved a particular project. And the money that was given by the client was actually for planning. So there's no correlation in terms of that particular aspect in that respect. So I think there's quite a lot that needs to be done around that one. And I also want to indicate that the administrative weaknesses that have been identified, I think the minister speaks about the turnaround. I must indicate there's an effort on that particular aspect to say these are things, at least top things that we need to focus on. Some of these things, I think it's something that we're working on, which I think we can present when the chair allows us, when they come back from the break. And then on the litigation cases, let me also request, Chair, that the corporate services just give a comprehensive response on that. And then on the poor performance on projects, let me indicate, Chair, what we've done just to highlight, because Kafila is not here. She's joined the net joint meeting in respect of the migration challenge we are having. I will try to respond on that. The projects, Chair, as it was highlighted by the CFO, the way we plan them, unfortunately, is the reason why we also fail. At some point, I was at the verge of canceling all projects that are not moving. We've got a very big pipeline of projects that are sitting in our system, but there's just no movement because there's no money that is coming through. Even if there's money that is coming through, the money that comes through deals with historical issues that are not being finalized. And we've dealt with the issue of poor performance of contractors by starting the process, Chairperson, of blacklisting. I think you remember, Chair, that we indicated that CIDP will be starting such a process, which I think is one of the areas that they are looking at. On the design level area, we have engaged CPM, especially on the engineering side, to request that people who are registered, they need to start to take responsibility for designs. But Chair, the issue was the issue of the insurance, professional indemnity insurance, which MINMEC has asked us to consider looking at that. That is one area I believe that will actually, Honorable Mahlangu, assist us performing better. I must indicate, Honorable Mahlangu, that there are projects that we can display as done by our own internal staff from professional side of things, like the Potchefstroom Magistrate Court, which the appointed professionals failed. And then we utilize our Durban Regional Office professional team who completed it nicely. But at the end of it all, Chairperson, is the issue of professional indemnity that needed to be finalized. I believe there's quite a lot of work that has been done, which I think we can update the committee on. I'll request that starting with corporate services, Chris, if you can talk on the litigation of cases. And then on the EPWP, I'll ask CJ to assist us with the reporting on that. Thank you, Chair. Through you.
I did not want to stop you. Bear in mind, I said your 8 minutes and be precise, don't do preambles. Your 8 minutes is elapsed. I'm just gonna give you, because it's the first question, to respond and try to follow what I've said in the other questions that are coming through. They might respond. I'm giving them each 2 minutes. Be precise.
Okay, let me allow Mrs. Banda to answer on the on the questions, CPM question.
Morning, Minister, Chairperson, members of the committee, DG, colleagues. I think, DG, to a large extent, you have responded to the question on the performance of CPM. We have, over the last few months, developed a turnaround plan to seek to recover the performance that we have experienced in the last 24 months or so. One of the interventions was to look at the low-hanging fruit. We have 71 delayed projects in the department, and we've got 40 stalled projects. And we had meetings with the respective client departments who are mainly affected. In the main, we have the SAPS, which they have come forward to say they are willing to assist and conclude those projects. Home Affairs, there is an intervention to really, as I was approached by the DDG, to revive that as well, with the cooperation of Home Affairs coming in on board as well. We also have the major bulk of those projects with the DOD that we are also engaging. As the DG have said, DOD is very difficult because they don't want to confirm the funding. These are projects, Chair, which can easily turn around our performance in a short space of time. To deal with the issues of capacity in the department, we have also instructed the DDG to look at the procurement of external project management units to ensure that we bring expertise into the branch that will assist us to package projects and ensure that we develop terms of reference that will take us straight to the market, and with a primary focus on those stalled and delayed projects, because the funding is there. Only few that have not committed. We have also come up with another intervention to also deal with the issues of capacity of project managers, to look at employing 10 key project management teams that will come in and on board and assist the department to turn around our infrastructure backlogs in terms of our projects. So, Chair, these are simple 5 plans, interventions that we are looking at with the directorate, and if we can improve those, because some of these projects are 85%, and we can easily conclude them in a shorter space of time. And if we don't intervene, the capital exposure it also gets increased, because some of these projects depreciate over time, given that they are still in progress. We are also engaging departments to look in terms of the future projects. However, we must emphasize, Chair, as the CFO have said, we are having constant meeting with Treasury. We had one yesterday, where we'll have another one in 2 weeks' time. There is, of course, financial constraints. Hence, we have proposed, Chair, the issue of the PPP intervention. I'm happy on Friday the DG has brought back that program, and we will seek to accelerate it, as we've already started to engage with GTEC to look at the private sector funding into concluding some of our major projects. The project value in terms of those projects, for example, we've got 2 that have been confirmed by SAPS for PPP for the value of almost 3 billion rands and above. I'm just making one illustration that the SAPS has already given us a go-ahead, and we're working with GTEC to turn around that situation. And given the space and time and support, I think by the end of the year, we will see a major improvement in terms of our infrastructure support, including the precinct development that will also improve on our shortage of accommodation space, especially in those semi-urban municipalities. So this is a consortium of intervention as directed by the minister, and I hope soon we will present the turnaround plan to the minister that will then begin to illustrate our plan of action. I got a letter a few minutes ago from the minister also requesting a plan of action to address performance in terms of the asset management issues. So there seem to be an engagement that will assist us in terms of developing those plans and implementing them in a short space of time. Thank you, Chair.
CJ?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Minister, Deputy Minister, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, DG, all the honourable members and my colleagues. In terms of the EPWP, the main challenge as what we are faced with is now at the national programs such as the community work program is not receiving the required funding for the particular community work program, that is COCTA. They only achieved 72% of their target, which means that they underperformed with something like 70,000 work opportunities. Very similarly, the other department that is the key challenge is challenges within their own department is the Department of Forestry Fisheries, and they were also only achieving about 58% of their target. So that is the key challenge. Municipalities are performing. They achieved 121% of the overall targets. Provincial achieved 93% of the targets, and national only achieved 72% of the targets. And therefore, I said it's the national sphere, and it's mainly a funding issue and an internal operational efficiency matter that DFFE is addressing. Thank you.
Honorable Masangu,
Yeah.
are you fine?
Yes, I'm fine.
No, thank you. Let me move straight to Honorable Bath. Honorable Bath, when you see or you notice that I've opened my mic and there's an alarm that is going out, then consider that I'm saying your time has expired. Your 5 minutes start now. It's upon yourself how you're gonna utilize it.
Thank you, Chairperson. I will endeavor to use far less than the 5 minutes allocated. I'd like to start by just saying that I do think that it is positive to hear from the CFO that there are positive engagements now taking place between the department and Treasury. I would, however, like Chairperson to maybe ask a follow-up through the committee as to what is the progress that's being made in terms of Treasury coming before us, and are they scheduled to come before us in the third quarter? Because I do believe it is important that we engage with them as well. Chairperson, then I'd like to direct a question to the DG through you. The Minister mentioned a operational, or rather a request for an operational turnaround plan, which he alluded to not having received from the department. So if the DG can please indicate where that operational turnaround strategy or plan is. And then I think not lastly, another request is which is quite concerning to me, is the mention of the HR report on officials who have established or incurred wasteful or unfruitful expenditure. I think that is something, or a report, that the committee should request, so that we can see who is to blame for some of the money that is not being accounted for correctly or spent correctly. I think that will help us in terms of the Premier League analogy, get rid of some of the players that shouldn't be on the field, so that we can replace them with players that are qualified. Chairperson, in terms of the report itself, this is the third quarterly portfolio committee where I've requested, number one, a disposal strategy or disposal policy, so that we as a committee, and me as a committee member, can understand exactly what process is followed by the department when doing disposals. And again, this is the third quarterly meeting where I'm asking again, what is happening with the 31 properties, the initial 31 that were identified for disposal? I saw on the financial statements that there is a 1.8 billion rand expenditure item against property rates. And it's exactly these kinds of properties that incur these expenses that we don't need to, or that the department doesn't need to be spending property rates on, should they be disposed. And we know that there are many, many other properties that are not necessary for government use and should be therefore disposed. But if we can't just even dispose the first 31, then I don't know what to say about the balance of unneeded properties that the department is holding. I'd like to find out from the CFO chair through you, what is being done about these invoices that we keep hearing about not being paid or being received late? What are the specific interventions being undertaken there to reduce this and to protect not only ourselves as taxpayers, but also the service providers that are appointed to various projects that are not receiving payment? And then lastly, I think, Chairperson, it's quite clear that the department runs at a massive risk where we are making payments and funding items that we then have to recover from client departments, with there being no guarantee of recovery. I just want to ask the DG through you, Chairperson, what his view is on this recovery model that the department has historically been using. Last question to whoever is the right person to answer it. These officials in the asset register team that are working from home, who's paying for their Wi-Fi and their data, if they have offices that should actually be capacitated in terms of ICT resources? Chair, that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bart. You were left with 45 seconds, which is fine. You said you're not going to exhaust your 5 minutes. you are also at liberty to come back for a follow-up. Minister and the team, what is critical about the questions from Honorable Bath is the disposal strategy, the operational patella that has been said earlier on, that it has been led by the DM about finances that was directed specifically to the CFO, the recovery model, and the asset register expense. That's the expenditure that you were referring to, I think, Minister, when you said they are operating from their own comfort places. But when you start, whoever is going to start, we have been requested. Actually, we were supposed to sit tomorrow at this portfolio. There was a request that came in to say, you need tomorrow's day because you have a strategy session of the department. We believe in your program of the strategy, you are going to develop and respond to the Minister DG about the report or the plans that we are putting in place to overcome and rectify most of the issues that have been raised, or the non-performance and underperformance of your department. It can be correct, and we don't want to entertain that, but we've taken note of what the minister said. I've been repeatedly asking for the report. So we believe the strategy that we're gonna have that will start tomorrow, if the information that I got is correct, you were supposed to present to us the report that will also speak and produce the proper document that needs to be submitted to the minister, and through the minister coming to the portfolio. But then your 8 minutes start now, Minister and your team, to respond to questions of Honorable Ba.
Thank you, Chair. If you can help me get that strategy report, I'd gladly welcome that collaboration. And let me just say that I absolutely remain in support of the committee having Treasury coming to them, and we would certainly like to be there, because it remains a huge problem within which we operate. We've been trying to see Treasury for 6 months just on the EPWP funding. So if that is able to be secured, we would really appreciate that. Chair, let me just say, I think that the disposal strategy is really important. And the question that Honourable Bath asks is critical, because if the target is the disposal of 801 properties for this financial year, my assumption would be that a strategy or a process would be evidently clear now, before the new financial year begins, because those 801 properties are not just, they don't just get identified and then moved in a day. It takes some time, and I think that that was experienced in the failed 31 properties expedition, and so I do think it's important that disposal strategy is made public, so that the public also themselves know how to interact in this program. Because what you don't want to do is get into the third or fourth quarter of this financial year, or the new one to come, and then only try and do it. We should, and also, doing 801 properties all at one go is also difficult. So I don't know if there is a plan to say, well, we'll do 200 a quarter. Let's see. But I do think that should be made known. So I think that would be from me, and then I would hand over to DG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, the Minister. Maybe let me start with the. Thank you very much, Chairperson, the Minister. Maybe let me start with the one for the recovery plan, Chairperson. Let me indicate that the recovery plan was developed by the department, but what is critical is that with the recovery plan, there was a bouquet of things that were highlighted by officials in different areas. There was one for PMT, one for entities, and one for DPW. In total, the recovery plan came to at least over 100 pages, meaning that there's some work that needed to be done. But however, as we were developing a chairperson, there's an understanding that the recovery plan is work in progress. You will never get it right the first time you do it. So from time to time, it will be referred to various areas, including ministry, for inputs. I believe that we've been advised that we need to reduce the number of top challenges or top 10 issues that we are actually dealing with. And I believe on each one of the top 10s has to have its own detailed plan of implementation. I think that is where, Chairperson, it is now. It's being refined, and I think it will be finalized as soon as the executive authority had actually approved it. But I must indicate a lot of work has gone. I mean, we've had meetings with it. In fact, the minister has even called a strategic session sometime in Cape Town to deal with this particular matter. It's just that, as I say, that it's being refined. And I do believe there's also quite a number of issues already in the plan that the department is taking advantage of looking at in terms of those things being the low-hanging fruits. And then when it comes to the issue of HR officials who incurred wasteful and fruitless expenditure, what cause of action? I think I would request to combine that question, Honorable Path, with working from home, where I will ask DDG Moremi to answer and also give context to the honorable members of Parliament, especially the issue of working from home, having developed the policy and also looking at what the PSA is looking at so that there's clarity and correctness in terms of that particular matter. And then I will then ask that Mr. Moremi answer those two. And then when it comes to the disposal strategy, I think already the minister covered a bit of that. I must indicate on the unutilized properties, which are 31 that we initially had, Honorable Path, there was a procurement quagmire that we faced in respect of that. And I believe that the process was much advanced at the stage when it was being implemented, to the extent that there were some areas where there's been some views, obviously, from different officials how it had to be dealt with. Where, for instance, there was a view to re-advertise it and legal opinions obtained, etc., etc. But at the end of the day, we took advice from National Treasury, particularly the Office of the Chief Procurement Officer, where we had to re-advertise that particular matter in a manner that will actually take us forward. So basically, where it is at of these 31 properties, the tender was actually being reviewed, and then we've broken that tender into 3 clusters, 3 provinces per cluster, because initially it was just combined. And then a full PEP document was developed and to execute the cluster 1. And also cluster 1 is implemented in the same process that will be followed for other clusters. So we want to get it right in terms of this particular one around that in that respect. Maybe let me then also indicate that on the unpaid invoices to service provider, why is it that the case? Let me just maybe answer that one while the CFO can add if he needs to do so. Chairperson, we are faced with a lot of invoices that come through. In some instances, I'll indicate an example which I got to face. Sometimes service providers will send an invoice that is 6 years old. I'm just making an example so to appreciate in some instances, some of them get delayed. It's a 6-year-old invoice. Just as a new DG, new minister people resuscitate these issues. There's quite a lot of those things. And then when you refuse to pay because of logical reasons, and people will then phone the president and phone whoever they want to phone, or even phone the minister or myself to say they've not been paid. But with Ria Patala, what is good about it? It's invoices that are valid, that are tracked to make sure that they are within 30 days. And those, to be honest, are paid. And where there's a system issue, it gets explained. This morning, Chair and the Minister, I was seized with one particular unpaid invoice where I spoke to the CFO and Lazi to say why this service provider is not being paid. They explained to me and I understood it, but that information had to get to the service provider in a manner that is actually proper, not them getting different messages. So there must be one message, but I'm happy with the way Ria Padala tends to move these things going forward. And I think let me then allow Mr. Moremi to answer the two questions, and then CFO can add on the other one, and or Mr. Sbande. Mr. Moremi?
Thanks, DG. Good morning to the chairperson of the committee, the minister and the deputy minister and members of the committee. Chair, just to respond, let me start at the end with the issue around the technology challenges that we experience in the department. That yes, it is true we have an unstable network in the department. This is as a result of the renovations that are taking place in the department, but as well work that is being done by ICT to try and stabilize it on a continuous basis, which is becoming challenging. Yes, we have worked on a remote work framework policy that we have gotten EXCO to approve, and the DG has approved, and we are working towards ensuring that come the 1st of July, we have a way of then ensuring that those who are working from home are able to be assisted to ensure that they get the network and also the Wi-Fi or tools of trade that will ensure that as and when they're working from home, all these things are attended to. The department is working on that, and we are addressing the gaps that are existing. They are mainly due to an unstable network that we have internally. Coming to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure and the issue around discipline. Yes, as we do condemnation of irregular expenditure, fruitless and wasteful and all those, we do have cases wherein we need to be charging some of the officials. We do have cases wherein you'd find that we are not able to really place a responsibility and liability on the officials themselves due to the work that they've been working on. And majority of the time, yes, the minister is correct, would follow the progressive discipline approach that will then issue out warning letters and stuff like those. But we are really trying to look into that so that we are able to make sure that the system does have teeth, so that some of the activities that they get engaged in, they do not recur again. If we issue out a warning letter, and the next time when the similar exercise, a similar occurrence happens, we are able to take formal disciplinary steps and ensure that such officials are disciplined, and we are able to ensure that there is discipline and consequence management within the department. It's a matter that we are also trying to work on to improve, to ensure that we do take serious steps that will start to ensure that the system does have teeth. If the time allows, Chairperson, I can also try and deal with the legal services matter that was raised by the previous speaker, to say that, yes, we do have litigation challenges and cases that are there in the department. In total, we have about 452 cases, and we have to attend to all of them in one quarter. But one of the main reasons that I need to mention is that we have about over 100 cases that are dormant cases that were registered into our litigation register, sometime dating 2016, 2018, and 2012, some of them, which we are trying to remove from the litigation register, such that we are able to attend to all matters at a go. As soon as we receive that assistance from the state attorney to ensure that such matters are cleaned up, we may be able to start seeing performance in terms of litigation cases going up. Because some of the cases, dormant as they are, there isn't much you can do with them within a quarter. because they've been dormant since 2016 or 2018 and all that. And as we clean our litigation register, we should be able to remove those. We need to also acknowledge, yes, that there were capacity challenges in some of the regional offices, and we have been filling those vacancies through HR for legal services. And we're hoping that an improvement will be seen going forward. There are regions that have started to perform very well, and we are moving on to monitor that as we implement our recovery plan to ensure that all regions are able to perform at more or less the same level of performance. Thanks, Chairperson and DG.
If I may come in, Chair, because of time.
A minute and a half.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, just to confirm, we have finalized our disposal strategy with the instruction from the DG that we need to present. We have already identified 1,386 properties, and 800 of them will be made available to the market. The strategies the minister instructs should be made public. I think we'll endeavor to that particular program to ensure that the strategy, once it's gone to ESCO, the DG will make it available for public access as well. With regard to the 31 properties, I think we will take cue and direction from the DG. The team has been ready to undertake the second round, noting that we have already received prior proposals, which we felt they have gained traction in the market, and we hope going back to the market we will gain the same. But we'll take direction from the DG and as to when we should be going, and they will do it. We'll do exactly like that. And I hope we will be able to, because the strategy aims to generate revenue using our state assets, and also to ensure that we generate economy and also create jobs. So those are the three pillars that will underpin the strategy on those 31 properties that the DG has reference to. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Bath, I said you still have.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you,
Follow-up?
Chair. Chair, to be honest, after some of the responses, I have now more questions than comments, but I'll save the questions for written reply. But just to say that this is the first time that I'm hearing that the tender around the 31 disposals has been cancelled, and to me that's very disappointing. About 18 months after the process had started, we are now back at square one. How much has it cost in legal services or opinions? How much has it cost in rates, security? Who messed up this tender? And was it Treasury's advice that this tender should be redone? I also have questions around if there's going to be a work from home policy. What was used during COVID? We were all working from home during COVID, and what implication does working from home now have on the demand for office space? So I really hope that these are things that the department is thinking about. Chair, just for the sake of time, I'll submit other written questions based on the answers received. Thank you very much.
Can we get one to comment on what Honorable Badr said?
I think, Chair, we will provide a written response in that aspect, because I think there could be some gaps in the way we answered that. We can give a detailed account of the one that he raised that is got more questions than answers, maybe, if the Chair will allow us to do that. Thank you.
Let me request Honorable Numalo. Honorable Numalo. In the absence of Honorable Numalo, I'm not going to come back. If I've passed, I've passed. I'll request Obe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to yourself, Chair, the department, the Minister, the Deputy Minister in absentia, and my honourable colleagues. Chair, I've got a lot of questions. I'm not sure if I can steal from Honourable Vath's minute, but I'll try to get them all in 5 minutes, Chair. Chair, I'm very worried about the department. The department is definitely underperforming. And, Chair, with the analogy that was given, I'd like to differ and disagree with, Honorable Bath. If right now, while we're playing, South Africa is losing, nobody's looking. If we're losing on the international platform, when we come back, when the boys come back, nobody's looking to fire players. But we're obviously looking at the coach. Hugo Bruce is the one who is under fire. And it's incorrect that, the coach will come here and single out, to say that there are players that are failing him without him taking accountability of saying, with the ones who are failing me, this is what I'm doing to get rid of them. Because at the end of the day, we as parliamentarians don't play oversight over officials. We play oversight over the executive. And this portfolio committee must never set a precedence that we are then going to engage officials and try and hold them accountable. It's a very unfair. I'm just going to say this right off the bat. It's a very unfair because officials don't have the same platform and voice that the executive authority has. And we don't want to open up ourselves as a committee up to a situation where we are saying, the minister told you, waste the turnaround plan, and you then have to answer on this platform. I think the minister must do that internally within his department and then bring us a report as to why he has not received a turnaround plan and what he is doing about it. I mean, right now, if we're to open up the platform, we're just told that the minister sent a letter only yesterday to one of the officials about, I'm not sure, the issues of properties. And I mean, if we are to open up the conversation to who said what, when, and how, we are not going to get anywhere. We, as parliamentarians, as this portfolio committee, must play oversight over the executive. That's what politicians do. We hold other politicians accountable. We don't go to individual officials and ask them why this is not done. I think that's going to set a very bad precedence. I'm saying this right off the bat. Maybe going to my questions. Chair, if my 5 minutes could only start now, please, Chair, if that's possible. But Chair, I'm very worried.
I've granted that. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I'd just like to know, firstly, maybe the headquarters, the office of Public Works and Infrastructure, how far are they with renovations? I think it's important that we have a solid center of operations. We can't keep operating in silos and in our own homes and incurring expenses without valid, policies when we've got a building and when we are the biggest accommodator in the space. I'd like to know how far that is. Chair, I'd also like to talk about the vacancy rate, because for me it is worrying that it seems that when the department offered a voluntary retirement and when the moratorium was raised from DPSA, it seems to me that the department did not have a plan on filling these vacancies. So it seems to me as though the department is working backwards. We can't be having a vacancy rate of 16%. Where and with people given the option to leave at the rate that they're leaving. We can't have 100 over 100 voluntary retirements when we are failing to even capacitate ourselves. We are essentially, as public works, the portfolio of public works, we are oversighting on a department that's being hollowed out, and we are watching this happen in real time. So my proposal to the department is, with the offering of your voluntary retirement packages, do you have people in the pipeline who are going to come in and fill in these posts? Because when you go back to the CPM, when you go to facilities management, everything there is red. It's zero. They've done absolutely nothing because they don't have people and capacity, and they continue to have people leaving at an unsustainable rate, and they don't have people coming in. So I want to know, with that vacancy rate, what's happening? We asked the last time they were here, how many positions are advertised. They also gave us an odd number of 100, and so how far the process is. We can't keep coming back to high vacancy rates and the stories of things being advertised. We want solutions. Chair, I want to congratulate the department for ring-fencing positions for females in senior leadership. Well done on that. But with regards to the disability, Chair, they said at one of our meetings, they said there's a Disability South Africa organization or forum. Are they maybe engaging them in terms of persons that they could find potentially in the built environment space that could fill in these positions? Because it is important that underrepresented and marginalized communities find expression and transform the built environment sector. So I want to know, with regards to that, what's happening. Chair, I'd also want to appreciate the presentation when it came to automated business processes. It's quite outlined. I do understand that the department is lagging in that respect, but when we saw the outlining and the comprehensive elaboration of exactly which processes are automated, I think I'm having confidence in that the department is moving in the right direction in that respect. EPWP opportunities, there was, I think, when Mr. Mahlangu was presenting, he says that there's a need maybe to change the targets to then have a bottom-up approach, to have client departments give them targets and then they populate the targets and they meet them accordingly. I want to know, with regards to the targets that were set for this financial year, what informed them to set that number if client departments that were incapable of reaching them were not engaged from a bottom-up approach, Chair. And I think that's the most effective way, because we must understand what capacities client departments can take, so that we then as a department as well can reach our targets informed by the realities on the ground. So that's also my other question. The draft CIDB bill, they said it is with Parliament. My question is where? I don't think we have sight of it. It would be great as a portfolio committee if we did. Small harbours, Chair, we've been told at Port St. John's at the previous oversight that we had that it's moving beyond feasibility studies, the small harbours, and that the Chinese investors were re-engaged and it was at advanced stages. We would see, the small harbours really coming to life. We would see green shoots in that respect. Today, in 2026, in June, we're getting a report to say that it's still at that very stage. What has been done by the department, Chair? We can't come here and receive reports 3 years into our administration. This department is not moving, and they keep giving us the same reports all the time. I would like to know from Port St. John's, when we were told that the Chinese investments were at an advanced stage, what happened to that? Why are we still at the same place 8 months later? Sure. The asset register, Chair, still not achieved because there's a large volume of assets. We are speaking to the biggest accommodator in South Africa. Of course, you have a large volume of assets. Now, you are telling me as a department that you can't complete prestige asset registry because there are large volumes. When you were given contracts, do you not know how many villages you have built? Do you not know how many ministerial homes you have built, if not built, leased out? For me, Chair, this is problematic, because we can't have a department telling us that the volume is too large and therefore they can't perform. This is their primary mandate. There is absolutely no way. It's absolutely crazy to hear that. Construction project management, Chair, I'd like us to go to those slides as a portfolio committee, please, if we can zoom into that. Chair, I'm so worried about this, Chair. There has been zero, Chair.
Be mindful of your time has lapsed.
No, Chair, just... Has my time lapsed, Chair?
Continue. Be mindful of that.
Yes, all right, Chair. Let's talk about construction project management. Everything is zero, Chair. They've been able to do absolutely nothing from the time of targets quarter three till now. Zero. Everything has been zero, Chair. Infrastructure projects, all of them. Target 18 only produced 9. Target of 22, they produced only 2. Real estate management, leases converted to lease to own 0. Target was a modest 5, they couldn't achieve. State-owned property to be utilized productively. Target was 100, very ambitious, but 0 was done. Chair, for me, I just want to know, between Mr. Spande, there in CPM construction panels, construction project management, we were told of panels last year, Chair. What happened to those panels? Real estate management as well. Mr. Rian Buerta was brought on board, but it seems that also nothing has been moving in that regard. Chair, very disappointed in their in their performance. With the with the solar panel and the greens green certification and whatnot, Chair, where they've also achieved 0 targets everywhere. They talked about that they don't have funding. And for me, Chair, as any department, if we are working forward and not backward, we confirm the funds availability, there's planning, confirmation of funds, and so on and so forth. But it seems this department is working backwards, because now when they're supposed to be implementing, this is when they realize they don't have a budget. Why was this then put into your KPIs? Why was this put into your APPs? What budget did we then approve of? When we approved of an APP and the targets that you have set? Where's the budget for this? And why are you only finding out now in retrospect that you don't have a budget? Chair, also, this one is the final one, Chair. It's the ESA funds. There was a transfer of funds to ESA to IDC. Chair, my concern is that IDC belongs within the ambit of DTIC. So maybe as a portfolio committee, if we can be brought into confidence as to the relationship between ESA and our money going to IDC, and it not being into, funneled into one of our entities. Thank you, Chair. That is all. And I want to congratulate the department on ensuring that Treasury will withhold some of the funds from the departments to ensure that the departments do honor their payments with this department. I think that's a step in the right direction, and we must congratulate the department. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Can we get responses of the questions, concerns that were raised by Honorable Gome? Your office building progress, that was a shameful issue. As much as we are the custodians and it's one of our roles, we were even close to the building due to compliance. The vacancy rate, the bottom approach of EPWP, and yes, the small harbors, but lastly, that we don't have, Mr. Ndo, priorities of legislation that must be dealt with in the next financial year. Actually, this financial year that has started are out. None of our amendment or bills are there. So yes, we want to understand when you say it's in Parliament, where in Parliament? Because in the report or the list that we got of legislation that are going to be prioritized, be dealt with, taken to the public, we don't have such amendment. Then you can respond to us, Minister and the team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Kobe. I share your concern about the department, and it is worrying to see some of these numbers. And I think you are right insofar as when you said that the committee's responsibility or requirement is to play oversight over the executive. That is correct. and my job is to play oversight over the administration. That is correct. Where I think the distinction or the difference is that, I mean, I could give you a list, and it probably runs into maybe more than 100 pages now of complaints, concerns around the performance of officials, and what should be done about it. As an example, I mean, I cited it earlier. How do officials just simply ignore court orders to dispose of a property that the High Court has adjudicated, and then I am then held in contempt of court as the executive? Now, I mean, I can't just fire them. That's not my purview or my responsibility. But there are processes that officials should be held accountable for the work that they don't do, and I can push and push and push, and maybe I need to take the committee into the numerous complaints that I have lodged against officials for not doing their jobs, and as I said, they just get a written warning, and I cannot just fire people. That is not my competency. It's not my ability. But trust me, if I could change some of the players on the field as the coach, I would like to do so. And I think Hugo Bruce has more control over his players sometimes than I do. I also just want to chat about the vacancy rate, if I can, because I think that there's an important qualification that we need to look at. I see that there was a parliamentary question that asked, of the 5,000, we call it 5,000 or so people that we employ, only around 387 of those, Honorable Kobe, are actually registered professionals. So those are architects, planners, project managers, so on and so forth. So around 8% of the total workforce of our department are actually registered professionals within the built environment. And I actually find that quite extraordinary, that for a construction-focused and project management-focused department, to have 7 or 8% of your workforce actually competent in those skills is concerning. And I think that what we need to do is get to a position where we don't necessarily, and I mean, the vacancy rate is important, so please don't get me wrong, but the quality of people that we employ needs to be improved. And that's why I was concerned in one of the slides where it was slide 35, that the number of built sector professionals, including asset managers, certified, zero. So we're not bringing in new talent, or we're not helping our talent become registered as professionals. So I think that really is a concern, notwithstanding actually that you can't have a massive vacancy rate. But I think that we need to be focused on who we bring in, and that for me is really important. Thank you very much for recognizing our pro-female agenda. Absolutely, I think that if you look at some of the very senior appointments that we've made, the vast majority actually there of females, and I absolutely support that and look forward to always giving females more opportunities, because invariably they do get the job done quicker and better. On the e-shisha or the business processing point, as you referred to, I think that that's been a really important innovation in this administration, getting out of paper, and it certainly makes things a lot quicker. We did have to do that externally because we just didn't have the ability to do that internally. But we want to build up that internal capacity to deal with those issues. On the small harbour point, I'd like to just refer you, honourable member, to page 20, because it is specifically noted there that the reason for that delay on small harbours is around, we're waiting for Oxley, which is the chief state law advisor, to certify the international agreement that we need to have with China. Now, I mean, just to paint a picture of how I have been exercised by this process, I have done a lot of heavy lifting within various ministries just to get us to that point, because it had stalled. But any international agreements that we do with countries has to be certified by Oxla and has to go through DIRCO. The last one was around, how duties would be paid on imported machinery that is required, and we came up with our own way that we would actually pay those duties up front, and then recoup them at the end of the project. So I wish we had finalized this by now, but we are in the hands of Oxla, and I assure you, as soon as we get that certification, we will immediately move to sign that agreement and get that money going into the harbour program. I would just also point out, Honourable Member, I think the matter that you referred to on page 21 is there is a difference between movable and immovable asset register. And the movable asset register is things like TVs and furniture and that sort of thing like that. Of course, it should be much better than what it is. But the immovable asset register, in terms of its functionality, hasn't changed. I want to say on page 34 that the honourable member speaks to. I think that was around around sort of green building, solar panels, that sort of thing. I think that we must differentiate there. I mean, and I don't want to make excuses here, but the point is valid, is that we should be a lot further than where we are on this, because actually these matters don't require budget. And I don't know why it says here budget, because, we need to procure these services, but they actually, are things like writing a report. If you look at page 35, the annual publication of the Green Building Report in accordance with the DPWI Green Building Policy of 2018. It's my understanding that we've never published a report in 2018. Why would we need to procure a plan and a budget to write a report? I mean, it could be a one-pager, a three-pager. I have also tasked the DDG for Facilities Management to report to me on these specific issues, because one of our goals is around getting public buildings to be more energy and waste efficient, and that really is about getting the private sector to do it. We don't need to procure plans and systems to get them to do that. They are welcome to do so on their own. And thank you very much. DG, over to you.
Thank you very much, Minister. I know, yes, Captain, the time, I know you're sensitive.
Before you come in, Minister, you have a responsibility to play oversight. You don't just expel people, but when you play on oversight, you must hold people accountable. And legislation requires you to hold the DG into account. Then the DG, when he feels the heat, will put or go and hold the other person into account. So you don't have to respond in a way that your hands are tied. There's nothing that you can do. And I think Honorable Kobe, when she was raising that, she says to you, take charge of your work, because we are not going to go easy on you as well. Take charge of what you are supposed to do. Where you feel there's wrong tendencies, yes, it's true. You don't have to interfere to junior levels, but on the DG. And when the DG feels the heat, will escalate it where it's supposed to go. Then the DG will come in.
I agree, Chair, and I don't disagree with your framing. I mean, that is my position. Thank you, Chair.
DG, you may come in.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Maybe let me quickly, because of time, some of the questions the Minister has already covered. I believe they've been covered. But I still want to requested a briefing, Dr. Porter, in the absence of Kafile, just on the CGO. You're going to answer that one and also combine with the solar panels as to why the target put on the APP without budget. And then maybe let me also indicate the RAMs and the construction and the asset register. Mrs. Mande will answer on that. And then EPWP opportunity CJ will answer on that in that order. Let me just answer one question around ISA, Honorable Kobe. Maybe let me indicate that when ISA came to Public Works as per the President's instruction, we understand that ISA was housed within the presidency. And as such, they're working with IDC in that respect. It falls, as you rightfully said, under the DTCI. But now, when they were transferred to us, that's when we have the eye on the DPW. We then took over the same aspect as it was. But what will be important as in the future, Honorable Kobe, will be for ISA to be independent, and I think you appreciate that already. Treasurer has given us the concurrence around the issue of getting ISA to be formalized into an entity. And then in that spirit, then ISA will be able to then deal with this issue. So as a result, the department, through myself and the CEO of IDC, there's an agreement where we work together to make sure that the activities of ISA, as they happen at IDC, are properly managed, in particular with respect to the funds that we transfer to them, and for them to be able to process whatever that gets to be done by ISA. I think we can even provide more detail if there's any issue on that. And then the last one, though, you'll actually cover the CIDP bill in that order. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Thank you, DG, and good morning to the chairperson, the honourable committee members. Let me also acknowledge the presence of the honourable minister and deputy minister. Chair, thanks for the opportunity and the questions. Let me start with program 11 that's related to facilities management, and I will not go into the two indicators where we actually achieved. For example, if you look at the first one, implementation of term contracts, where we actually overachieved, but always in terms of targets, it's not ideal to overachieve, but there's also indication of the direction going forward that we are implementing term contracts rather than reactive and emergency procurement. But let me talk about the non-deliverables or a poor performance related to the green building, specifically with regard to solar panels, PVA panels, your training of certified green building professionals. So, Chair, I think what's worth noting is that we've realized that there was unachievement. So in the first quarter of this financial year, we actually signed now a service level agreement with SANEDI, the South African National Energy Development Institute, to assist us in achieving these targets. And then also we've busy signing a MOA with the Green Building Council of South Africa to assist us with the training of in-house officials to be certified as green building professionals. But to come back to the question with regard to why do we set targets that is not funded? And the short answer to that is in terms of the E&E framework where we do the budgets. For example, we can plan at the beginning of the financial year to execute some of these projects, but when the actual allocation letter that's received or submitted to us and to client departments, then the budget has been cut. So then we set off commitments in terms of the APP that we cannot achieve, but we're not yet to look for excuses or to strike off our responsibilities. So that's why we have these proactive measures now in place by signing with some of the private entities to assist us in achieving of some of these targets. Then, Chair, let me just also come in with regard to the CGO, our head office at the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So obviously, this is also one of our priority projects because as the custodian of government property, we cannot have a situation where our building is non-compliant. So we've implemented a refurbishment contract project at CGO, and I will just highlight some of the key milestones. I think what's worth noting is that the tender was advertised actually in 23 August 2023 already, but because of the delays with the procurement processes and also in terms of the vetting of the service providers, I think it's also worth noting is that there's some dependency on the SSA to do vetting, and there was also delays. But once again, we want to take ownership of this project, so we don't want to blame other parties for delaying in terms of the security vetting. But I think the progress that we've made this year is that the site was handed over to the appointed contractor on the 18th of February 2026. So the commencement date of the contract is actually then the 18th of February. The project duration is 18 months, and the expected completion date is 19 August 2027. Then, Chair, let me also look at perhaps give some progress report. In terms of the project plan, the overall progress is at 1.77%. The time lapse is 6.75%. The current expenditure on this contract is just over 1.7 million. So just to provide some feedback of the actual technical work on site, you will see the contractor is busy erecting the crane. So the foundation for the crane foundation has been casted, and once that is in, then the contractor will start with the other scope, for example, the removal of the water damage and ceiling and the flooring, roof sheeting replacement at CGO South, waterproofing of slabs, steel construction and trusses to CGO North, and the roof sheeting CGO North as well. And there's also electrical work, mechanical work, and building works that's under the auspice of this contract. But we're happy to provide the latest progress report. But let me pause at this stage, and I hope I've answered the questions. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, committee members. Thank you, Minister, as well. Thank you.
Honorable Kobe.
Oh, sorry, I've asked the colleagues to respond. Sorry, Chairperson. Mrs. Bande, CJ, and also Ndo. I've asked you to in that order to answer. I see you quiet.
No, thank you, DG. I thought I was coming after Mr. Ndo. No, thanks, DG, and
Very
thanks,
quick,
Chair.
straight to the point.
Yes, straight to the point. With regard to the digitalization of the asset register, there is current work that is being currently done by the team working with the service provider to ensure that we upgrade our GIS system, and that is through the mobile solution that we are working on as prioritized from the DG side and the minister, and that is aimed at improving our data in real time and across the board. So what will then happen is that this system is called the MIAR, and it's an Oracle database system. And we hope by the end of the year we will have concluded. On that, Chair. I think the other questions with regard to REMS in terms of their performance. In the main, Chair, there's a basket of issues that impact on REMS. We had targeted the lease to own program, which is converting some of our private leases, because some of these leases, Chair, something that perhaps we don't speak about loudly, is that the investment we do as government far exceeds the capital value of those assets. And we've identified some across, and we have then approached department to seek a mandate in terms of leasing to own those properties, so that they become state properties at the end of the day, because losing such investment value will then shred government fiscus, and therefore it's not a sustainable effort. However, on that ground, we have only received one mandate from some of this client department. However, we will seek to, in this current financial year, to really market the idea across, because as public works or PMTE, we work on the mandate from client departments. Because given that the budget resides with them, and we can't commit the state on an event where we don't control the budget. The other one is in relations to, as I've said earlier on, it's in relations to the disposal of assets which we have not made any impact. That has been caused by a number of managerial decisions within the department in terms of the strategic directions that we were given and perhaps did not yield the desired result. However, as I've said earlier, on Friday last week, the DG issued a correspondence to issue a guideline in terms of how do we then incorporate issues back into the department, including the issues of the disposal of assets. And we have developed a plan which we'll be presenting to the minister, I think 16 July, as per the correspondence as well. So we are going back to track, and I hope we will sustain there, and that will ensure accountability in terms of these performances as well, or if I may say, correct accountability in terms of the performance expectation as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. It's Mr. Ndo. I'm going to answer the question on the CIDB amendment bill. Chairperson, I think you're correct to say that in terms of our priority bills for the current financial year, the CIDB amendment bill was not actually flagged from the department side. We reflect IDA, CBE, and GIAMA. But I think in our presentation, when we engaged with the portfolio committee by then, we reflected to say that in terms of other bills that we have been working on, work will be actually proceeding. And I think in terms of reporting, we're reporting, as per target for Q4, which talks about the development of the final draft towards parliamentary processes. Indeed, it hasn't been introduced in Parliament. I think the presentation was just actually reflecting to say that the bill is there and then it's been considered internally towards parliamentary processes. And in line with what we have presented around the priority bills for the current financial year. I think that's how far we can go in terms of actually flagging the status around the CIDB amendment bill. It's not introduced, it is developed, for internal consideration towards parliamentary processes. Thank you, Chairperson.
CJ. DG CJ is not on the line. Honorable Kobe.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you so much for the responses. I appreciate them. Chair, just two things. We note the date of the 16th of July. That's where the OBB plan is going to be presented. The 19th of August, 2027. That's when they're going to be moving into their building. And the CIDB bill, just as a matter of recommendation, that maybe the framing of the sentence of how it's used must be changed because it is not in Parliament and it must not reflect as such. Chair, maybe just a recommendation on my part. We've received the answers, and at this very point, there is nothing that we can do about the discrepancies and maybe some of the failures that we are seeing in the department. My recommendation would be, it seems there is no regular meetings that take place between the minister and the accounting officer, the DG. The DG must then host meetings with his departments so that when the minister comes to our meetings, he's at least apprised on some of these issues that, he also doesn't seem surprised as to some of the data that comes across that is just equally disappointing to him. So we will recommend, I think, as a portfolio committee, that the minister must, as according to section 40 of the PFMA, that he must have regular meetings, 15 days into the month, have meetings with the DG and his people, so that when he comes to us, he has a finger on the pulse and understanding of how far the department is with issues and why it's not achieving some of these things. But I thank you so much, Chair. But there is a clear issue within the department, the workflow, the communication, and the politics within them. I think they're becoming very glaring and clear within these presentations. But I thank the department really for the responses. Thank you.
Chairperson, I'm not sure why I couldn't be heard. I was online and I went off now again, so you could hear me.
No, thank you, CJ. You are very early for the next question. Let me move to Honorable Matikizen. Your
Chair,
5 minutes
just as a
start
quick
now.
disclosure, Chair, just as a quick disclosure, I think I speak to the DG more than I speak to my fiance every week. So we do speak nearly every day and meet at least once a week. Thank you.
Let it be about the department, please.
Honorable Matikizen.
Hey, good day, colleagues. Thank you. Let me greet the minister, the deputy minister in his absence, the DG and his senior officials. Chairperson, there's a lot that I would have wanted to say if we had time. But the first thing that is really glaring to me is that the financials are not talking to non-financials. I mean, if you look at the presentation that was done by Loazi or Mr. Mahlangu, I'm sorry, vis-a-vis the presentation that was done by the CFO, we are working on water on financials, and yet there are glaring challenges on non-financials. And perhaps maybe a broader response can be given there because the two do not talk to each other. The second point that I want to make, and it's a question really. If you look at, again, I made this point before, you look at the strategic direction of this department in line, of course, with the 7th administration priorities, vis-a-vis how the department is structured. My question is really, are we structured properly to meet the objectives of this department and, of course, the priorities of the 7th administration? I just need a proper answer on that because I hear the comment that was made about the vacancies and the need to fill the vacancies. But internally, have we really made a proper assessment of whether we have the right people in right places and make sure that we are properly structured before we can actually just go and hire more people and do the same thing that we've been done over and over, despite the fact that there is a clear strategic direction and there are clear priorities of the 7th administration. That's a question. The last 2 points I just want to make. I mean, if you look at the PMTE, now the real estate investment services and RAMs, I mean, honestly, I'm asking myself as I look at these presentations, I mean, you look at page 21, I mean, 29, 30, 31, where there are zeros. I know Honorable Kobe asked this question as well, but the answer is not clear to me. Guys, what is the problem here? Maybe Mr. Sbande can perhaps give us some better explanation. What is the problem here? Are these entities really adding value in the department? Are we getting value for money for having these entities in the department? And the last point I want to make, Chair, we had 2 meetings, Chair, you remember, even though these meetings did not materialize. We had a meeting with the Department of Higher Education and a meeting with the Department of Social Development. But even after those meetings, there is a very serious issue of the leases that are not being renewed by the department. A number of sister departments really are complaining about this issue. Can this committee just get an understanding of where the problem is about this? Where exactly the problem lie? Because really the internal challenges, cannot impact the services of other departments, especially a department like social development, that really need, accommodation to be able to carry out its work of providing services to the poorest of the poor. As I said, in the interest of time, I'll just contain myself in these comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Madikizela. Minister and the team.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Member, for the questions. I think it's an important question about do we have the right people for the department? You can only really understand that by, I guess, a skills audit, but that can be somewhat superficial at times because it either says that someone on paper can do something, but it's whether they can do it in the real world or actually are able to put those skills to use. And I think that that's where we're starting to see in some places that just because that skill exists on paper, it's not necessarily being executed. Effectively, we're an asset management, construction and project management department. But as I pointed out, 7 or 8% of the entire workforce is made up of, with those people in that skill set. It would be the equivalent, I think, of a bank. I would assume that at least the vast majority of people working in a bank and in senior management of a bank, have, are CAs or the equivalent. So I think that is a fair point. I think the question on leasing is also an interesting discussion, and I think that we've tried to diagnose it for some time, and that diagnosis is possibly going on. But it seems to me a couple of points, Honourable Madikizela. I think how PMT is structured as a branch is part of the problem. I think that unless you have a structured asset management business, you're going to be never really able to define what it is that you're doing and how you need to do it. Now, an asset manager has a very clear way of how it manages its assets, and it takes commercial decisions on how to do so. And I've also come to understand that there were a number of I've done some research into the establishment of PMTE, and I think that there were a number of conditions that were supposed to be met. I think 14 conditions by National Treasury, and some of those conditions have never been fulfilled because, quite frankly, I'm not sure that they can ever be fulfilled. And so, I have some sympathy in the way in which it was asked to do a job that it was maybe never set up to do correctly, and it was never able to fulfill those actual conditions that were set down by Treasury. I think also part of the problem exists with, is there a standard development or an SOP and a step test and methodology of how leases are looked at, reviewed, and planned in advance, and that is part of the problem. And also being able to manage that leasing process with, I think, the commercial discipline that is required of any sort of landlord that we may be comparable to. And I think that that's shown, Honourable Madikizela, in some of the responses, or I issued a directive in terms of Section 18 of GIAMA, that under a limited process, client departments would be able to try and deal with these issues themselves to try and move forward. And I've got quite a number of responses, and I would just read, particularly maybe from the Department of Transport, the letter that Minister Creasy wrote me, effectively to say that that the lease ended in September 2020 of the building that they're in, and that there was no progress or no process to ever then renew it or move it, and they've been on beneficial occupation ever since. So that's 6 years nearly worth of occupation, which means that you are paying a costly month-to-month lease. Now, I think that starts to give you some of the problem. Do we have the right people that are able to execute on on complex transactions like this, and then being able to look into the future and say these are expiring. This is how we need to deal with it. And that's really some of the work that we are trying to do to try and deal with that process and try and bring some sense of normality to how leasing is done, because leasing is not an ends is not a means to an end. And I think for the longest time it actually has been treated as a means to an end. And why I say that is because a leasing strategy, in my view, was what the department owns, which is not utilized or vacant. That leasing strategy should speak to a strategy of moving client departments into government buildings. And the CFO, bless his heart, makes this point all the time, and he's 100% correct. And he said, why is it that clients are prepared to pay 120 Rand or 150, or as I found out, up to 300% on market-related leases for privately owned leases, but they can't even pay 25 Rand a square meter to the department. And that is actually the existential problem that we face, is because the strategy of moving out of leased accommodation into permanent accommodation does not follow as a as a continued process. And that's really what we're trying to fix and trying to bring some direction to. So I hope that maybe in a very technical and focused way gives an answer to your question. But we are hoping to make some really important progress on that front in the next couple of months or so. But it is hugely complex, and it is something that I think has long historical problems. As I said, my sympathy also is with PMTE, because they were almost maybe set up not to be in the space and shape that maybe would have given them that commercial focus from the beginning when they were initially set up. I'll hand over to DG. Thank you so much.
DG, can you line up your people to respond and bear with us? Time is no longer on our side, and I still have 3 members to come.
Okay, thank you very much. I thought the minister has covered, unless there's a specific matter that anyone can answer. But the minister has broadly covered, Chairperson. Thank you.
DG, are you saying you are covered?
I thought the minister has covered everything, unless the honorable member
Honorable
is not happy.
Madikizela, do you still have any further follow-ups?
Chairperson, can I get a specific reason? What causes the delay in leases? Maybe the head of PMTE can assist. Why
allow them to direct themselves? Honorable Madikizela, allow them to respond in their own way, but your question is straightforward. What is the delay in terms of leases? DG, can you respond direct to that? Or
Okay.
Minister, you can respond to that.
Let's allow the head of PMTE. I think it's fine.
It's okay, Sibande.
Chair, there are a number of, I would say, a consortium of issues which we have requested that the DG looked into them and try to address them as we move along. And I will request, perhaps because we are still dealing with those issues, which are mainly administrative and compliance issues, And some of them are issues of strategic direction. But what we have done as well was we got a support from Treasury, which they are also assisting us to unlock those bottlenecks. We do have emergency areas where we are currently requesting the DG to use his prerogative and address those so that we can deal with the long strategic issues the minister refers to, which we all fully 100% support, that the private leases should not be the sustainable model to accommodate the state. And however, we have separated those two, that those where there are pressure, we need to formalize that. And where we are currently experiencing high tariffs as a result of the month-to-month leases, because we are unable to generate value because the landlord cannot give us value because they are also owing banks, and banks, if you don't have a contract or over a long period of time, they also charge high risk in terms of the rates. So we have said to the DG has recently appointed a negotiating committee, which we are finalizing the terms of reference of that committee to deal with those issues. But I'm hoping, Chair, that with the support of the minister and the DG, separating those three issues, we will be able to then move forward, which we support the minister's vision fully in terms of us not relying on leasing. Hence, we developed the asset optimization strategy, which then came up with those pillars that we have mentioned within that strategy. As I've said earlier on, some of these leases, Chair, we have been paying for years, and we should recover value. And some of these leases we have invested heavily, and they're coming out of them might be detrimental in terms of our investment. And therefore, we need to amortize those leases so that we can negotiate a lease to own which is affordable and which is fair, and also which is in the benefit of the state. So once we address those issues, there are other issues which are internally that we are dealing with them internally, which is part of the administrative work that we're also addressing as well. But what I'm highlighting are high-level strategic issues, which I think is in the benefit of the committee to perhaps present to them as well. But within a few days, I think the DG and ourselves are really engaging now heavily on those issues. Thanks.
Matikizela, are you fine?
Yes, I'm fine, Chair. Thank you.
Honorable Nkosi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Greetings to your good self, our members of the portfolio, the Minister and the Deputy in absentia, DG and his team, the support staff. Chair, let me start by welcoming the presentation made by the department. I've got a few questions that I want to check or to ask. Chair, with the high rate of unemployment in the country, can the department still afford not to be able to reach these targets in public employment programs? I want to check what is the reason for them that makes them not to reach the target in employing the public, in public employment programs. Two, the legislation from the department. Yes, I do understand that they've made some presentations with regards to the prioritization of the bills and all. But Chair, I must indicate that there's slow progress that is happening from the department with regards to the legislation. It's not sitting well with us as the committee. And I just want to check with the department as to when are they intending to commence the processing of the legislations to enable efficient governance of the sector. The other question is on the finalization of the infrastructure amendment bill for the creation of ESA as an entity to drive infrastructure development creates uncertainty and negatively impacts on infrastructure development. What is the estimated time of completion for the processing of that legislation by the committee chair? The other question is with regards to the infrastructure development. The department, in terms of infrastructure development, has failed to deliver on its target in number of infrastructure projects completed in municipality through Adopt a Municipality and the development of small harbors, which is largely due to the snail pace of developing feasibility and bankable business plans for infrastructure projects. What is the reason for such slow pace of development of infrastructure projects, which negatively impacts on economic growth and job creation? The lack of infrastructure development explains the low gross capital formation not reaching NDP targets. The other question on slide 19, in the comments section, it suggests that reason must be provided for failure to deliver on targets. This is not acceptable, as the department is accountable to the PC and therefore must provide reasons for all failure to perform or the reasons for such slow performance. Second last question, by when will the immovable assets register be completed, as this has been a source of concern for many years, and what has been the progress in that regard? Lastly, Chair, in terms of properties, for letting a number of properties intended for strategic development, about 25% were not developed, and the department needs to explain why. Thank you so much, Chair.
Mankos, are you done?
Yes, Chair, I'm done.
Okay, Minister and the team.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Honourable Nkosi, for your questions. I'll refer to page 15 on the presentation with regards to EPWP. It is then noted that the problem that we face, and the Honourable Member might have seen, we've spoken about this with regards to working on infrastructure projects, that part of the problem that we have is that we don't, maybe I can say, own the pipeline from grant to recipient. So we rely on the reporting of the public bodies. So let's say it's a municipality. If they don't report correctly or don't give us that information correctly, we then have to go and audit it, and we have to go back to them and sit down and try and get a better understanding. And that's why we specifically say that the data is preliminary and subject to change, because in this instance, there would have been some poor reporting. We then need to go and get those details and actually verify it ourselves. And we hope through the working on infrastructure that, because it's a digital system and digital interaction between applicants and us, that we then don't have that problem of relying on, you know, how they do like registers that people just have to sign their names and then the ID numbers aren't correct and don't match. And those are some of the reporting problems that are encountered. The other point, Chair, through you, that I would make is, you know, we have suffered really a 30% reduction since 2024 in EPWP funding. You'll recall I spoke at the beginning about the challenge that we've had in the IMC trying to meet with Treasury. But that is a very real risk that is going to affect the performance of EPWP and the amount of opportunities, because as that amount scales down, so the opportunities are going to scale down. I mean, and I really do think that it is a remarkable miracle, if I can say, that despite the 30% reduction in funding for EPWP, we do remain on track to meet the yearly target. So we are doing, we are doing 100% with 70% effectively that's been given to us. And again, I think that that's maybe something for the committee to exercise itself with, as it's something that would probably affect us in all of our constituencies. And with regards to the finalization of the infrastructure development bill, that actually is the one that we are the most closest to submitting to Parliament for processing. We've done a lot of work on that, particularly after we got the conditional support of National Treasury. I have been working with the head of infrastructure to finalize those points that we wanted to make in it. She is currently in China at the moment. I think she's back at the end of this week, and then we'll be reconvening next week to hopefully set a date on the way forward there. In terms of the small harbours, I think that we've answered that already on why there is the delay there, that we're waiting for Oxley to finalise the international agreement so we can access the funding there. And then on the adopted municipalities, you'll recall that that was a new project of the 7th administration, and that we had finalised the 4th municipality in the northwest this year, because the previous one had to be removed after it was placed under administration. Effectively, as I understand, all of our projects have been finalized with those municipalities. We are busy working on the project preparation with them, and then hopefully those will be moving forward in terms of municipalities going out to procure, because they will be the procuring agents for those projects. I must just say, on project preparation, Chair, and I think that this is important, and Mr. Sithole had referred to it, is that project preparation is not something that begins in a financial year and ends in a financial year. It is something that can take time. It's a point that I've made repeatedly, that the funding cycle of infrastructure projects, even 3 years is too short. Some of these projects take 5 and 10 years. In China, they have a 50-year infrastructure project going there. And the problem is that when you report on a financial year basis, that some of that project preparation funding is not used in that, it hasn't been expended in that financial year, but it has been allocated to a specific project already, but doesn't take place immediately. So I think that hopefully that just gives a little bit of context as well. I support the members' view on the decline in gross fixed capital formation as a share of GDP. I think that as I said, I'd like us to come and present that to you, because there are some inherent risks that are outside of our control, but maybe we can collaborate on them, particularly on the 5 out of 6 tenders that are cancelled for a host of reasons, and that sit in other departments and SOEs. Thanks, Chair.
DG?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think let me request some of the. I think there's one question about ISA, which I think I would like Charles, because it's in the platform, to respond on. But what I will do, just to reinforce what the Minister have said on the issue of what Honorable Mankosi has raised. The Minister just confirmed now that we did receive the concurrence from Minister of Finance to continue the establishment of ISA. That was done in December 2025. And then secondly, we have had a bilateral with National Treasury, and who took us through the process, including guiding us in the form of the entity we could consider like a 3A schedule an entity. That meeting took place on the 5th of June this year. And then we are currently making some revisions on the business case based on that Treasury input And then we have also resubmitted a draft infrastructure planning and development bill for pre-certification purposes. And I believe that we are going to then take this to cabinet probably around Q2 to get the approval for publicly to consult in that respect. So I think that process for the formation of ISA, I believe it's actually much advanced in our view. And then I'll ask Mr. Mabuza to just answer that question on the failure of ISA around the school product. I know the minister has covered some of it, but I think he can just give additional if he needs to do so. And then we can take it from the chair. Thank you.
And thank you, Chair and committee members. DG, I think Minister has provided an in-depth response in terms of the question. I'll be repeating myself. I'll be repeating exactly what he has said. Thanks.
Okay. The last question on the letting out of property, I will give that to Mrs. Bande to respond. And also the one for the asset register in terms of confirmation when it's going to be done. Mrs. Bande?
Thank you. DG, as I've highlighted earlier on, with regard to the letting out strategy, we received a correspondence from the minister that he wants a plan of action by the 16th of July. I've already started to receive those plans of action to work out the disposal of those unutilized assets, which are currently holding high cost. And with regard to the digitalization of the asset register, we've given a timeline that by the 30th of December, or by the end of the year, we will have concluded that process. We have sourced a service provider that is currently working on that process, and we will then give a feedback through ESCO in terms of the progress. Thank you.
Chair, we are covered.
Mankos?
No, Chair, thank you very much. I heard the responses, and the minister responded in some of the issues, indicated that they are still in pipeline. But I just want to check, do they have any specific timelines to address these issues? Thank you.
Minister?
Chair, I think that as soon as we get the approval from Oxley, I'll let the committee know. And as soon as I've met with the head of ISA next week, I will certainly give the expected date of submission of the bill. So I think that those might, if you can just give me, obviously I'm waiting on Oxley for the one, and then if you can just give me a week, I'll give you an idea on the bill. Thanks, Chair.
Mankosi?
No, Chair, thanks. You can pass. Thank you.
Honorable Letapla?
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to everyone. Sure, I'm largely covered. I just want to raise a few things here. I know there's an issue of cost containment with regards to the vacancy rate. I'm just worried about the last comment that is put on the report that says the inability to receive electronic applications. I don't know what's the meaning of that. How has this process been done throughout the years if in this Q4 it's going to be one of the reasons why the vacancy rate may be low? And we also take note of the fact that this cost containment was lifted in April 2025, which was in the first quarter, and we're in the fourth quarter now. In as much as we know the process takes long, which is part of the reasons why our departments are not able to participate as well, is the time it takes for such a process to be completed. So we're hoping to see that in the next quarter, to see the vacancy rate going down together with the people living with disabilities as well. It has decreased on 0.98%, which is a bit worrisome. And we hope to see it in the next financial year's first quarter. On litigation cases, it says here that you are on 64%, which gives us 214 cases that have not been worked on. And the challenge is capacity challenges. And part of that is the poor monitoring in certain offices and the lack of dedication of staff in regions. This is the department telling us this, but it doesn't tell us after it has picked up that there's lack of dedication of staff members or lack of monitoring in these areas. What is it that they have done? Otherwise, it means in the next coming quarter, we're still going to experience the same thing. And that is why Chair always raise this method of reporting. It gives us problems. It doesn't give us solutions. It doesn't hold the department accountable. They are reporting on behalf of someone and not them as a department. Because if you know that the reason why you're on 64% instead of 100% in terms of litigation of court cases, and you know what the problem is, but you are not able to tell us what is it that you have done to address those challenges already, it means we must expect the same reason in the next quarter with the same performance. And that can't be a proper way of reporting and, in fact, holding anyone accountable. If the department can come and give us a challenge and not give us a solution, or even tell us what they have done to try and improve this particular performance. So who is responsible for this for monitoring of these offices? What has that particular person done? What is the plan of ensuring that they move from 64% to 100%? From the third quarter, you have, in fact, you have declined with 8%. And for a department to just come and just give a vague excuse that it's lack of monitoring, when you don't tell us what you have done as a department, when you pick up that there is lack of monitoring, and at what stage do you pick it up? Do you pick it up at a stage where you compile the report to come and present it to the committee? Or have you picked it up and you decided to just relax because there's no culture and tradition of accountability within the department? On Program 3, EPWP has always had worse performing reporting performance. And with that system that was presented to us, that you wanted to introduce, which was not necessarily really solving major problems that we have within EPWP, how far are we with it? Because we made recommendations on how to improve it to, in fact, give us better results and outcomes, and give us better reporting performance and outcomes. I don't know how far we are with that system. We still have a huge problem within EPWP of political patronage and all of that. And if we're not going to be able to master a system of reporting and increasing performance within EPWP, in as much as we always complain about budget cuts, we might as well let it go. And when we let it go, this is where our people get affected the most, because there are no systems in place that are able to at least follow the money and make us convinced that there is, in fact, value for money in what we do. So I just want to check how far we are, because this system will also assist us in phasing out this corruption. EPWP is a hub of corruption. And if we need a system to help us do that, so that even the performance, having 864 job opportunities does not result to actual work being done or actual quality of these opportunities. And we need a system that's going to at least help us track if indeed this target of 1 million job opportunities is worth it, other than having maybe 500,000 job opportunities that are of quality as opposed to just increasing numbers and we don't really get quality. And I say this all the time. The asset register, I know a lot has been said about the asset register. You know, I don't know if there is intention from the department to complete this asset register. And it's so important because every South African wants to know what belongs to government and what does not belong to government. We want to know who owns those farms. We want to know who owns those properties. We want to know who owns the land and how much land belongs to government, because some of these lands that you are not able to go and audit and verify are being occupied by people who now claim that that land belongs to them. And we're not able to hold those people accountable because even the department itself is not able to identify what belongs to them and what does not belong to them. There's a system that you said you are using to assist us to verify and account for the assets of the state. Now I hear today that there's a service provider that has been appointed to go and do this work. The previous time when you were introducing that system to us, you told us, no, it takes time because our people must go. Some of the properties, the drone is not able to identify. Therefore, you need human resource for those people to go and do the actual audit and verification. I don't know if it's still the same thing. That this whole time, we use service providers, we go and outsource people from outside to come and tell us what are our assets and what are not our assets. That says a lot about capacity within the department, that you'd have so much property, but for you to verify or for you to confidently come to us and tell us what you have in the bank of the state, you need someone else outside to come and do that particular work. And that's a great concern, Minister, that we need to look into it. The systems, yes, that we must use, but we need in-house capacity to make sure that whenever we need to do such a process, it does not cost the government more money than it should, because we should be having systems in place to assist us to ensure that we completely complete this asset register and it can be made available to everyone. And that is why from where I'm sitting, I feel like there is some delaying tactic that has been happening, because it can't be that for all this time, ever since I joined this committee, I've been speaking about asset register. Ever since I became a member of this portfolio committee, there's been conversations about asset registers, and we don't seem to get a way forward on what is happening with the asset register. Program 8, I'm going to try to not speak to some of the things that have been spoken about. Program 8, the construction project management, it's a disaster. It's a disaster, and there is definitely no construction site we're going to be witnessing in South Africa anytime soon, if this is the pace and this is the attitude that we treat this particular program with. You had 26 targeted infrastructure projects to be completed for this particular quarter, and leave the cumulatively 15. I don't know what that means, but you're on zero. You are on zero. And you being on zero, you are not accounting for all the projects that were targeted. You are telling us about Nelspruit, Bloemfontein, Polokwane, Mabatu, and it ends there. But you had a target of 26. And I know a target of 26 is informed by budgets and all of that. But you are not accounting for all the other 26 on what could have been the problem, outside of just generalizing and say budget. Because some of these projects is not necessarily the budget. And since we are in the last quarter, your annual target for completed projects is 78. How many completed projects do we have from this target for the entire 2025-2026 financial year? The same with designs completed. That's the second one that comes after infrastructure projects. You had 105 Q4, you had a target of 45. You're on 2. If you can just take us through that. Chair, I have a problem with the supply chain management because you find that in a lot of these projects that are on procurement stage, they are not concluded because of supply chain. And this is where the corruption is at its height. So are you saying that there's someone sitting in supply chain in the procurement unit waiting to strike a deal with someone first before a particular stage can pass through procurement? Because we must get an idea of why we are not able to pass these projects through the procurement stages. What are the reasons? There's some reasons that you stated here, but some of these reasons are procurement. Out of 22 projects targeted, you only have 2. And some of them is funding, yes. But you also say that the delays are in the procurement process. So what is the problem, and in which regions are we finding these issues, and what are you doing about it? Because you need to know it's in Limpopo or it's in Western Cape, and in which particular department do we need to maybe go and look into it? Why are we not having these projects pass through the procurement stages? What are the reasons for that? And I think I heard about the OBB that we are going to get a report on the 17th of July, 2027. I'm worried about that. The last meeting we had with the department, I asked you if you can maybe briefly give us a number of properties that were brought back by this program, and you didn't have an answer then. I hope you have an answer today, because I can't wait for 2027. This particular program was established so that it does not weigh entirely on the department. It can be a program that can be run concurrently with all the other programs within the department. And today I would like to know how many properties, since the minister is here, maybe he has an answer. How many properties were brought back by this particular program? Leave what you are going to do, because you clearly don't know. I know you don't know what you are going to do when you get those properties back. You're going to leave them again so that they can be vandalized again, so that they can be occupied again. But how many have this particular program brought back in the department? And the real estate management services is collapsing, if we must be honest. Nothing is working out. And this uncertainty about the future of PMTE and the leadership instability within that entity makes things worse. For the past few months, we have not known what is going to happen to PMTE and what happens to the mandate of PMTE. What role does PMTE play with all the others coming in as entities? This mandate goes to this entity, this mandate goes to this entity. And this uncertainty is making things worse in the real estate management services. Some of my colleagues have mentioned, so I'm not going to say anything about it, but I just wanted to raise that this uncertainty and this lack of leadership stability is going to cost us a lot in this particular program. In program 10, with regards to the number of immovable assets physically being verified to validate existence and assess condition, out of 5,479, you achieved 2,406. And part of your comments there, the last comment says there was a termination of the Vodacom SIM cards for mobile devices for physical verification from the 25th of October 2025 until 31st January 2026. And this affected the verification process because the users were then unable to collect data. I want to know who was responsible for that. Who was responsible for terminating the SIM cards? Who approved such a situation that directly sabotaged the process of asset verification? Because how do you run a 148 billion rand property portfolio when you cannot be consistent in verifying your own assets? And in an attempt to do that, there's such a thing that happens where a mere SIM card gets terminated and affects the entire process of asset verification. And again, Program 11, and I think some members touched on it. I from where I'm sitting, I still don't understand why you would have these items or targets set out for yourself if there isn't a procurement plan and budget for it. And maybe that speaks to project life cycles of what we want to put in or consider as targets. Because when you put in an item as a target, you force us to measure your performance based on that. And if you are going to say you'll be able to build 100 schools in this financial year and only realize in Q2 that the Department of Basic Education is not going to give you any of their funds, and you come back here and tell us that, it speaks a lot. It says a lot about your planning stages and how you sit and make these targets. And from where I'm sitting, I would say they are uninformed targets. You have not considered who contributes to you finally ensuring that you reach your target. And you might want to look into that. I think the CFO sounded very confident when he said now that you have met with National Treasury. And I'm very happy because I'm one of the people who was actually advocating that please go and speak to National Treasury. I'm happy that you are finally having those conversations, and there seems to be progress in terms of the withholding of funds. And maybe the next step should now be that when client departments come and want you guys to, or want to commit themselves to projects, the money of projects must come directly from National Treasury straight into the coffers of the department and not go through these sister departments, because that's where a lot of projects get stuck. Once the money is in the coffers of the particular departments, they are priorities change in the process, and that affects public works and infrastructure department, because they've already planned for X amount of projects. They're expecting this X amount of money. And when that decision, it can be a small decision on the other department's side, but it's a huge impact on our side negatively, because then you are not able to deliver on what you have envisioned to do. We spend a lot of money on, so well done to the department for that. We spend a lot of money on consultants and service providers. I'm hoping that as we do this, as we focus on the vacancy rate, we also try to consider insourcing. There's some services that we don't need to get outside. In fact, we are wasting government money by doing so. It may be working for someone or some people, but it's definitely not working for taxpayers, who are the ones that must fund these bad decisions and this lack of commitment to ensuring that there is state capacity within this particular department. So we might want to look at how much money we actually spend on outsourcing certain services that we should, in fact, at this point, have built serious capacity, because we know we need them. There's not going to be a point in our lifetime in public works where we're not going to need consultants. There's not going to be a point in our lifetime where we're not going to need professional service providers. because we are a construction department. This is what we are. It means we need to have in-house services that don't necessarily cost the department so much money, as and when we need to look into these issues. I do want to emphasize on us securing a meeting with National Treasury. I still say that the future of PMTE is at a point where National Treasury sits with the Department of Public Works, and we reach some consensus on certain things that have a negative impact on the functionality of PMTE as a portfolio that has a responsibility of ensuring that it protects state assets. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Letlape. Minister and the team.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the questions, Honorable Letlape. And I hope that you were pleased with our officials in assisting you with your party rally last week. I think that they did a good job. There that
A
is.
successful rally, Minister. Say it with confidence.
I don't get involved in party politics. I just want to talk about, I want to fully agree with the concerns around political patronage. And I think that that's something that we have really focused on working on infrastructure. And, I've done 9 tours throughout the country and engaged with about 4,500 people. And every single person tells me about abuse, political patronage, jobs for pals, boyfriends, girlfriends, everyone in between. And that really is because of how opportunities are granted, which is effectively located in councillors' offices. And that is one of the big changes that we advocate for is the removal of that system, and that people are able to digitally connect with the system, that they can put in their own applications, and so on, so that that they get a fair shot on the to get an opportunity. We think that that'll be really good. Possibly not very. I won't be very popular with local councillors, but that's fine, because this is exactly what the public are telling us that they want to see going forward. When you said that maybe we should let it go, I'm not sure what you exactly were referring to there, but my view is that EPWP is too important to let go. I don't think that we should just let it become whatever it wants, because there's too many people that rely on that as a first chance and first opportunity. And so that's why we've invested a lot of time and effort and money into the reform program of EPWP, so that it's able to last the next 20 years, and help millions of more people, particularly around the issue of longer term opportunities, and of course also skills training. And I hope maybe one day as Ms. Abrahams can come and present the working on infrastructure. We'll be launching the next one, Chair, in your province, in Limpopo, I think sometime in July. And we really would like the committee to see what an innovative program this is and how wonderfully received it is by the people that we're helping. Also, Honourable Letlape, you'll recall that we've also taken some tough stances where we have found problems in reporting. Recently in eThekwini, we suspended the funding there because for the last 4 years there's been an unwillingness to respond to the Auditor General by the municipality to account for their verification process, particularly in giving EPWP funds to dead people and also to employees of the municipality. They have engaged with us, and it does seem that they will be putting a solution on the table so that we're able to get that going back on track. I would certainly invite the department to come and present on the asset register, the immovable asset register, and where that is. You asked some very interesting questions about OBB and how many have been brought back. I stand to be corrected, Honourable Letlape, but as that was a program that preceded my tenure as a minister, but as long as I've been the minister, I can't recall that actually anything has been brought back. But I do know that, and I also stand to be corrected, but around 20 million rand so far has been spent on that program. And there are about 4 service providers, I think, allocated to it. So there are some questions there on, sort of value for money and what we actually achieve in response to it. I also just want to dispel this myth, and I hope that, that you aren't being fed misinformation, because it sounds like it is to me, around this, as you would term it, uncertainty about PMTE. I don't know where that comes from, and I'd be very interested to know where that comes from, because there's never been a pronouncement by myself or the DG, as far as I'm aware, about anything to do around the certainty or uncertainty of the PMTE or its leadership. So I just want to dispel any false narratives that might be either brought to you or might be circulated, because those are absolutely untrue at least. And anyone who is circulating that misinformation, we call on them to stop doing so. Because what we don't need to do is create uncertainty, ironically, by spreading false narratives. So I hope that assists as well. And thank you, as always, for your inputs. Chair, I'll hand over to the DG for the rest of the inputs.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for also the opportunity to respond, and thank you, Minister. Let me craft the responses as follows so that it actually hits to the point. The litigation matter, I think we've touched base on it a bit, but I think I would like the DDG to just uplift it further so that it answers the question of the Honorable Tlape. Litigation, Mr. Moremi will come in, and then combining 2 points, EPWP, political patronage, Minister covered that, and also the poorly performing, how far is the department implementing the system? So I think, CJ, you can come in assisted by Loazi there on the system. And then the program 8 CPM and CPM target, I would really ask my DDG PMO to just make a comment on that. And then lastly, last but not least, the OBB program. I want I've got a chief director here in the platform, Solin Chwane, just to give a committee some level of appreciation of what this is all about, and also to indicate, because I think the question about how many properties are brought back, it's a very straightforward question that needs an answer, which is either even or odd. But I think let's get the context from Mr. Soli and Chwane to give context to that. And then lastly, the issue of the asset register. I think I've asked Mr. Sboniso Sokele to give a brief. I know that Chair Sboniso had come to your committee and gave you a comprehensive presentation. I want him to maybe to re-emphasize on the asset register so that at least there's some elements of accountability on our side. In that order I've mentioned, starting with you, Moremi, at the quick, there's no time now. Thank you.
Thanks, DG, Minister, Chairperson, and members of the committee. Just to explain the issue around the litigation cases, is that we're measuring the percentage of litigation court cases managed. And this outlines about 452 cases that are on our litigation roll, which then says it is not in each and every quarter that all the 452 cases will be attended to. There are cases that are active that we'll then be able to attend to, which will mean that we've got 291 that we've attended to in the fourth quarter. And now, looking at that, it says out of this 452 cases as well, you have what we would call dormant cases. Of these dormant cases, these are cases that would have been started sometime in 2012, 2016, 2018, and so forth. And looking at that, it says that some of those cases were initiated but never got to move, which would mean a contractor would have written a letter to the department and say, I want to claim 252 million that is due to me. But since the letter of demand and the opening of the docket or the case or the registration of the case, it then says there has been no movement. And now what we are doing is to try and deal with such dormant cases so that we remove them out of our register to an extent that we deal with cases that are active, that we may be able to then say we've been able to attend to 100% of the cases that are sitting on our register. So if you look at that again, in the explanation notes that we're providing, we're talking about dedicated staff. It does not necessarily mean that there is a lack of dedication, but it may mean that there were vacancies in some of those areas wherein there'll be poor monitoring of such cases. So we are also indicating that in regions where we've been able to appoint dedicated personnel, we have seen a significant improvement in that area. And as such, it would say that, yes, there's improvement and we're able to see performance going ahead and improving in terms of percentages and all that. We have also mentioned the issue of capacity as a challenge. Yes, the capacity challenge is there and we are addressing it. But as well, the issue of poor performance, we have written letters to all the legal managers that are operating in the different regional offices to make sure that all cases that are there are attended to as and when it is required. So I need to mention that it may not be, maybe it's an issue of an indicator challenge that is there. It may not be that in each and every quarter you may get 100%, but you may be able to get a percentage that is higher than the 72 and the 64 in an instance that there has been a number of cases that were active. So the challenge that we're sitting with is in the measurement other than in saying that there's underperformance or overperformance and all that. In the second quarter of the previous financial year, you'd realize that the percentage was higher than the percentages that you're seeing in the third quarter and the fourth quarter. And it is mainly because we would have opened up all the dockets that would all the cases that we have in our register and written letters to state attorney to say, these are dormant cases. Please, let's get a way of getting those who have initiated them to withdraw them or to proceed with the matters. So you'd find that the percentage would have been higher, mainly because almost all files were attended to in the second quarter. Then moving to the third quarter, your performance goes a bit down, and the fourth quarter and all that. But I believe the challenge may be just in the issue of saying, how do we measure that and arrive at a conclusive percentage that we need to say, this shows performance or non-performance. Thanks.
CJ, just follow as per our instruction.
Thank you, DG. Indeed, Minister is correct. The reforms have been brought through on the working on infrastructure. And so that specifically deals with quite a number of areas, putting into practice areas such as digital utilization of digital platforms to assist with the recruitment, removing the hand. And even the guidelines that will be put out will be reducing the role of councillors, because that has been the challenges that have been communicated to us. Where we have control, we have utilized that, and particularly on the centre of grants, like Minister's mentioned. So in terms of the enhancements that has been done, and we reported it to Parliament already, that was the app that was developed, and we are busy going to pilot that particular aspect before you can roll it out comprehensively. And then we would welcome any matter that is referred or anybody that's aware of challenges, because we take these matters seriously and we will investigate those matters. Thank you.
Okay, Batu.
Thank you, DG, and greetings to Honorable Chairman Minister and DG and at PMTE. Honorable Klape, indeed, on slide number 27 shows that there has been progress in the procurement of consultants, with 39 consultants appointed in Q3 against a target of 14. However, this progress has not really translated into the contractor appointments, the completed designs, as you have already highlighted. Also in Q4, only 2 contractors procurement were finalized, and cumulatively there were 15 projects that were completed. I think there are a number of reasons. The leading one is funding that is not being confirmed or released by client departments timelessly to support the procurement. And SCM and finance and CPM have established the SCMO rooms to chase delayed projects in specifications, evaluations, and adjudication. And I believe that the fruits of that will start to yield as we move forward. And I wish to indicate I'm currently in Cape Town to meet with the DG on the PMO's interventions to support and also advise land functions. I believe the DDG CPM is already working on the key interventions to resolve key issues in these performance areas that have been highlighted. Some of them, I believe that the readiness metrics need to be prepared before projects enter into procurement, where the scopes are confirmed, funding is signed off before we can proceed ahead. And also, as the head of PMT has indicated previously in this meeting, there are PMUs that are being expedited to provide oversight on stalled procurement and these designs that need to be unlocked at a technical level. So I think lastly, Honorable Chair, is the speedy response that IDT has shown in recent time to respond to the call of the department. And I believe that land function should explore these partnerships with the IDT to support implementation going forward. Thank you.
Lastly, Soli, if you can give us just a comprehensive kind of, but I obviously think the committee may want a formal report at the right point. Maybe we can give them some level of response on the OBB.
Thank you very much, DG. Good afternoon, the chairperson, honorable members, and our honorable minister. I think with regard to the OBB, it is indeed a program that was actually born out of many complaints that were received by the department from different structures of government and members of the public. One structure being the MCOP, other structure being the MINMEC, and the whistleblowers that often came to the department to say there is a misappropriation and mismanagement of the state assets. And I think we've also seen during COVID-19 that most of the state assets where there was a serious rise in the illegal occupation of the state properties. And as a result, it's indeed correct that we appointed the 4 service providers that are assisting us to run these particular investigations across the country. And out of that particular process, so far 841 properties have been physically visited and verified. And there are different categories of the illegal occupants in our properties. There are those illegal occupants who are commercial in nature, means they run the business in the property. And those illegal occupants are willing to enter into formal lease agreements with the department. And I think because we know that the litigation process is quite long and we want to also save the jobs that are conducted there, because that particular business is perhaps legal in nature, we want to regularize the lease agreements with them so that the department can generate revenue. And out of that, we've got about 120 properties where we actually are in the process of regularizing. It means we are negotiating proper rentals and taking into account that they must pay those particular rentals in retrospect and make sure that we've got formal lease agreements with them. And we also have about 20 evictions that have already taken place in Limpopo, in Mpumalanga, as well as in Northwest. So we've recovered those particular assets. And we've got about 134 cases that are being referred to the courts, because in those particular properties, what we've learned is there are many syndicates that are operating in our properties where they put people in our properties and they actually then receive rental out of these particular properties. So we want to make sure that we enforce the rule of law, we recover these properties, and as a result, we then take in these particular matters to court. But we also have different type of illegal occupations where we find that there's an informal settlement in a particular land. And I think in such cases, there must be an interaction, and which we are undertaking with various spheres of government, being the municipalities, being the SAPS, and other entities within the government that are assisting us to ensure how to deal with such illegal occupation in terms of the informal settlement. So in a nutshell, the chairperson and the DG and the minister and members of parliament, so far, because it's a continuing exercise, we've got about 134 cases that are ready for court. We've got about 120 cases where the department is willing to regularize this with such commercial property occupants, which are illegal, and residential properties. And we've got 20 properties that are recovered through the eviction process. Thank you very much, Chairperson and the DG.
Thank you, Honorable Zabe. Are you covered or you still have a follow-up?
No, Chair, I'm covered. I just wanted to clarify something with the minister. The minister must know that I don't deal with gossip, first of all. And then second of all is that when I spoke about EPWP, I was not referring to letting go or shutting down EPWP. I was saying that when we look at the number of opportunities we want to give to EPWP, we must also at the center of it prioritize quality out of what we give and not just focus on the numbers and report on the numbers that don't necessarily give us the quality outcomes that we would want to get from that particular program. Thanks, Chair.
Lastly, Honorable Zelange, unfortunately, you are the last one. It's your time.
No, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, Minister, Deputy Minister, the DG, and the team. When the Honorable Mahlangu came in, he made an analogy of a football-related one. And Honorable Minister also came in, as well as Honorable Kobe, speaking also on the same topic. I'm not sure whether it's because of the World Cup fever, but there are a few things also I want to speak to on first. The first one is that in football, when your team is playing, you don't mark your teammate. Instead, you pass the ball to your teammate. The second issue that the coach does or must even avoid is to give more instructions to players in such a way that the players get confused. What is the game plan for the game that they are playing? Now, let me get to the questions. I must say that first and foremost, I'm covered by members. But the first question I want to speak to is straight to the minister. That is the minister happy with this report presented to us as the portfolio committee? That's the first question I want to speak to. The second question I want to come to on Honorable Chairperson is on the immovable register. Yes, Honorable Chair, some members have spoken about it. But the reason I'm still speaking about it is it has been a point of concern for some time in the committee. Then what I want to know, when will the immovable asset register be completed? And what has been the progress in that regard? Last Chair, I just want to be frank. This report is very poor. And this report, hence I asked that first question to the minister, whom he will respond. To me, this report indicates, when I'm saying that it's very poor, if one look on the comments on the performance, you realize that you don't know whether it was done on a rush. And if Vilmisha himself was able to point an area that was supposed to be here, which was more on the performance when the workers are at home versus the impact of the network that's being more to work on the home. But overall, this report indicates that the minister and the department are not performing on every major aspect. Now, I want to make a proposal, having said all what I've said, Honorable Chairperson, and persuade honorable members that we allow this report to be sent back or returned back to the department, and they work on those areas that are not supposed to be here and are problematic, so that when it becomes official report that we adopt as this committee with its minutes, it has been rectified. Because the picture it is painting, I don't think that it's assisting both the department and the portfolio committee. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Telange. Minister, starting with the first question.
Thank you very much. Maybe just to continue the football analogy, let me say this, Honorable Tlelanga, that you are right that you can't, that it's, when you say you don't mark your teammate, that's true. But that assumes that everyone is on the same team and not trying to tackle one another to score an own goal. So I agree wholeheartedly with that. The direct question that you asked me, am I happy with the report? The honest answer, and well, there's only one answer, and that can be no. And I think that anyone who looks at this and says, yes, I'm happy or satisfied or, whatever, would not be telling the truth. The reality is that we must use what we are responsible for to drive performance. And where people do not do what they are supposed to do, whether people try and subvert what they're supposed to do, they should be held responsible for that. And that is something that the administration should consider as well. My job as the minister or the executive authority is to say and to give the direction that this is where we're headed, and the administration's job is to make sure that those systems are in place. And if those systems aren't performing, then those that are responsible for those areas of performance should be correctly held responsible and accountable. I do want to maybe disagree with your proposal for the following reason. If in your assessment we were to send this report back and to work on these things, then we would not be giving a true and reflective account of the fourth quarter. And in fact, we would change that to reflect a different reality. I think that what we should be looking at is a response as to how each of these issues are being resolved, or what is the detailed work plan to deal with each of these issues. It's not to try and make it look better, because I don't think that we would be doing least the public a true reflection in favor of what the reality is. So I would disagree with that, and I don't think that we must sugarcoat the reality of what it is. I think that actually reports like this are incredibly helpful, and they're helpful because they lay bare what the issues are. And in our APP, there is an individual or department or a branch directly responsible for each of these metrics. And that should form part of the ongoing conversation, is what is being done to respond to that. And so I would like to make that observation. I'm also, I think that there are some points that we can look at that are decent. But as I said, to go back to our football analogy, that if we want to play in the Premier League, we need to start training like one. We need to start getting the right people to take us there, and we need to be disciplined. If you want to play in top flight football, you have to be incredibly disciplined. Some of the most disciplined athletes in the world, and that's what we require. We require discipline and the top team to get us there, so that we can start scoring goals and we can win. That's the only way in which we're going to find success. Thank you, Chair. I'll hand to the DG.
DG and the team,
Thank
bearing
you.
in mind, colleagues,
Your
all
time.
of us that we were scheduled until 1. We've
Yes.
exceeded, so definitely by 2, we must be finished. DG?
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chairperson. This football analogy is interesting, but I think we are learning as we move forward. Chairperson, maybe let me indicate, Honorable Jalange, the question on the when will the IAR be completed and what has been the progress to date. Unfortunately, the last question, I was hoping that Mr. Sokela will come in. I'll allow him to come in to answer that question directly. And then maybe also myself as a DG, Honorable Jalang, I know you didn't ask me the question, if I'm happy with quarter 4 report. I think we are all not happy, Honorable Jalang, including the officials that I'm with, my regional managers. We are not happy about poor performance at all. And I think there's a lot that needs to be done, that still needs to be done, which I believe with the committee, with your inputs, I'm happy I had Honorable Kobe making suggestions, Honorable Etlape, on some matters that we need to continue to do, and also yourself in various areas you've done the same, including our chairperson. So I think we will be looking at improving, because I think to cut the problem of poor performance, sometimes it would be very easy to say the minister must deal with the DG, which is fair and good because it's his prerogative to do so. And then now the DG must deal with the officials below him, which is also easy to do. But sometimes what is important for me is to ensure that our officials are given good support structure, which I believe the support structure that we do as a department, we give them salaries that get paid every month, and also give them gadgets to work, etc., etc. Where there are issues of training, we even have a chief director that deals with training. So there are certain things that we do. But what we must agree as honorable members and colleagues is that sometimes, I'll make an example on one matter, Honorable Delange. You know, the minister made an example of a very serious issue where just a general worker, which is a level entry, who has maybe, let me not say stolen a pair of boots, or maybe took the pair of boots without permission, that he gets a dismissal vis-a-vis someone who has done something terrible, and then he gets a warning letter. So those are things, honorable member, that I think we still need to work on as a department. Maybe without wasting time, let me ask Sboniso to just answer that question, and then that will be all from our side, Minister and the Chairperson. Thank you very much. Or maybe the last question from the chair will be coming through. Thank you. Sboniso Sokela?
Yes, thank you, DG. Good afternoon, Chairperson, members of the Portfolio Committee, Minister, DG, and colleagues. It's on the issue of the completeness of the immovable asset register. I can confirm that we have made significant progress in addressing the completeness of the asset register, not only of the Department of Public Works, but the asset registers of the public works sector, because we work with the provinces in terms of the concurrent mandate. I'm the chairperson of that forum. So we've looked at various sources, the deeds records, records of the Chief Surveyor General, all the movable asset registers, looking where we come from, the history of the country in terms of the pre and post 1994 dispensations, that is addressing the legacy issues, because most of our assets were actually registered in historical names. So that's why there's a need for collaboration with all the national and provincial custodians. And so on the issue of completeness, of course, the main asset is the land, where we look at the deeds records or the records of the Chief Surveyor General. And we have done that analysis, and we continue to do so. In fact, the Office of the Auditor General, they use the deeds download to test completeness of all the movable asset registers that belong to national and provincial custodians. Because in fact, apart from the deeds download, the registered land, we have surveyed, not registered. We also have facilities that have been constructed on land that does not belong to the state. All those facilities are also recorded in the movable asset register of the department. Like I said, the Office of the Auditor General has audited our asset register and that of the provinces and confirmed that they are complete. Of course, there are exceptions. Here we're talking about land parcels that are registered, that are erroneously registered in the name of the municipalities. And we are working with the municipalities for them to transfer those land parcels back to the department as well as the provinces. There's also a small quantity of properties or land parcels, but 1,652, where we've classified them as deemed list, and DPW is responsible for that. That list used to be 7,000, but now it's only 1,652, because we are also the default custodian of state land that has not been claimed by national or provincial custodian, because the principle is that state land must be recorded somewhere, and the default custodian of state land is DPW, even in terms of the vesting guidelines. So the completeness has been addressed, and the Office of the Auditor General has confirmed that indeed the asset register is complete. Of course, there are a few exceptions whereby some of the land parcels are erroneously vested by other custodians, but that is an insignificant portion compared. For instance, we have about 28,000 land parcels and about 80,000 buildings. So the asset register of the Department of Public Works is complete, as well as the provinces, because we provide guidance and support to the provinces. Thank you.
Mr. Sokela, can we see you? I really can't recognize your face. Or are you a new person, DG?
You know him, Chairperson, you know him. He was wearing a tie that day, nicely shaved. But he can show his face, it's fine. Show yourself, Sboniso.
I'm looking for where's the camera here?
Umnyama Chairperson,
Can you see me? I'm black, but I'm sure you can see me. I've switched on my video here.
Where? On my side, there's a sabotage. A serious one. I can't see you. Go
Where?
back.
Hi, Boche. We don't know him.
Hi. Are you
No,
bringing ghosts?
No, the members of the portfolio committee, they know me very well. Even the
Mm.
honorable member of the EFF, she knows me very well. I've been there several times. I've presented the asset register.
Hey, I know you very well.
Yes.
Nagi Moni Mutio on the platform.
Awa.
I don't know. Sorry, DG, I'm trying to. Where's the camera? Because I've switched it on.
Lossy. We've never seen this guy. You know, Minister pardon us. We are really observant. You know us better. But I don't want to lie. I've never seen this guy. And you know, now I follow how a person responds. So I want to see the responder. But nevertheless, while you are trying to open up a video, I know Madikizela, you want to defend, it's fine. It might be your friend. But he says, yeah, nah. He's a very good friend of Litlape. So they know each other very well.
The Tape must tell us because, because he already said it's the Tape who knows him very well.
Yo, I'm surprised. Delage, are you covered with the responses?
Yeah.
Yes.
I must say that I'm covered, and being covered, I want to make a comment.
Yes.
I must say that I've noted the comment by the minister in terms of agreeing with me on how I view or the assessment on the report, as well as disagreeing in terms of taking back the report. And I'll keep this report. I think the report, we have to look at it and use it as a barometer as this portfolio committee moving forward. Thank you so much, Honorable Chair.
I guess in general, the recommendation says the committee must note the report. While we are still there, due to the shortage of time, the other remaining items will have to defer them, which was the minute of the previous meeting, and I've been robbed my time as a member to interrogate with the report as well, but I'll try to be disciplined as I venture into your football program. Let me tell you, honorable members, and in particular, Minister, whether you can have the right skills in the field alone, you can't do anything. The issue is teamwork. What we've been observing, and with how it has been, you were responding, all of you, the only thing that comes in between is that there's a lack of teamwork. How you put it's something else, but the main issue here, yes, the squad, the team, whether it plays in your Premier what, or it's a World Cup, fact remains there is no teamwork. And if there's no teamwork, you can't achieve anything. But allow me to stop there and request you to make your closing remark before I adjourn the meeting in 2 minutes, because we are on 13:57. 2 minutes, do your closing remark, Minister.
Chair, I feel like I got red carded for not being able to provide my political report, but it's fine. Thank you very much. And I had a nice report to give to you, but I will save that for the next one. I think maybe to use one last football analogy is that a team also needs a supportive set of followers or cheerleaders in the stands. And we really see the portfolio committee as that they are our cheerleaders. They are encouraging us. They're blowing their vuvuzelas for us to succeed. And we are grateful for that. We're grateful for the inputs, the assistance, and of course the direction. And we don't take that for granted, and we certainly don't take it lightly. I certainly take out of this meeting that a lot more hard work needs to take place, that we need to intensify our work, we need to intensify our decision making, and we need to continue to get on with the job. And we take that message loud and clear, both the DG and I. And on a lighter note, I'll be sending the Honourable Kobe my schedule of meetings with the DG going forward. So she is comfortable that we're meeting regularly. And we do thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We thank you, members, all for your support, inputs. We take the criticism. We don't take it personally, and we take it as constructive. And that's always important. And that's been my expression or my views and interactions with the committee going forward. So thank you, Chair. Of course, we're preparing for our very important Public Works Summit next Friday, and we're hoping to see many of you there. We'll also be hoping to make a big policy announcement on Friday that we have committed to in the 7th administration. So thank you, Chair, very much. And I wish all of you well, also as you head into your constituency period. And Chair, I also make myself available that if there's anything that we can help members with in their constituencies, we are also able to do so. Some of you have reached out before, and we'll continue to try and assist you with constituency related matters. You can also get directly in touch with me, and we'll do so. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the committee. And of course, our officials led by the DG, DDGs, chief directors, and everyone else with us. Thank you.
Thank you.
We are not official.
So,
We are not.
Kela, wait. I'm still on the platform. You are not official. You are not fans, but you are officials of the match. I am not sure about that language. So, Kela, I can see you've opened up, but I don't know whether it's on my side. Try to be. Just say something. Maybe it will come back as like the minister when.
Can I? Oh no, Chair, we do know him.
Chair, I've never seen this man in my life, but we thank him for his inputs.
Hi, Kobe.
Joking. But Chair, on a lighter note, I heard the minister earlier
Maybe you can give him man of the match.
The minister earlier saying that he has more engagements with Mr. Mdakane than his fiance. But on that note, I'd like to say congratulations to him on his engagement. But thanks, Chair.
Man of the match.
That's the nicest thing that the Honourable Kobe has ever said to me. So I'm going to go and we're going to have a glass of champagne, my fiance and myself, and we're going to toast to Honourable Kobe. Thank you.
Bye. Honourable members, I would like to take this opportunity and say use this period fruitfully, and it does not stop us to close the gap between service delivery and the 3 spheres of government. Go and do your best while we are on recess. And yes, Minister, that's a very important part when you say you are available. We hope the entire team, your officials, even themselves, they must be available. It can't be you alone, but when we call, we want some of the answers because we work 24 hours. It's only plenary that goes for a recess, but we don't go for recess as honourable members. Together with themselves as officials, you are always at work. So with those few words, Honourable Letlape, we'll see each other on the first week of August physically. There are a number of reports that we have requested. If you'll remember on your
program today. It was supposed to be a forensic report of Telkom Towers. We had to shift it from now. We'll want that report to come 3 weeks before. One minister is that when it comes 3 weeks before, we have agreed with yourself and members, it will be a report or a PC that will be in camera. And in camera means whether we give you, we distribute that report, it must be confidential. The minute you take it out, it becomes a criminal offense. And Parliament will hold you to that. We have agreed with the Speaker that if it comes, it must come actually, not if it comes. And already the team of legal advice from Parliament, they are ready. They are waiting for that report, Minister. We need it. It must come in so that they must do their scrutiny and advise us correctly, as we are not the legal gurus, but we have requested that the team of legal advices to take us through with scrutinizing that report and allow us to make our own observation and be factual on it, besides what you have seen, because already you have seen it. We have agreed. Be rest assured, when we distribute it to members, they know, they understand. When they've taken an oath, if once you are giving you, they need to keep it to themselves until we have agreed as a portfolio and yourselves that it can be a public document. But for now, when it comes, I'm waiting for it, Minister. Even we are on recess. My office does not close, and the office of the Speaker does not close. Together with the legal team of Parliament, it does not close. So be rest assured, the agreement, when we agreed with your team and the letter that we've sent, actually with the previous portfolio, we said 2 weeks prior, but we've got the advice that it must be 3 weeks prior. They've raised a number of issues, the legal team of Parliament, for them to do their work and the support staff. Then we will have to go in camera. So I believe members understand when they say it's in camera. It's not a public document, and I'm aware that we are live streamed. South Africans need to understand there are documents that we need to take them through amongst ourselves before we can make it in a public space. So with those few words, the meeting stand adjourned, and we'll communicate to each other each and every day when the need arises. Thank you.
Thank you,
Goodbye,
Chair.
Chair. Bye-bye, everyone.
Recording stopped.